Right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 3 of our WWRP Local Parks category grant evaluations. We have our advisory committee here with us, and applicants will be joining us one at a time throughout the day to present their projects, and also staff will be hopping on and off. So let's get started. I need to share my screen again. There we go, and it looks like our first applicant is Tukwila, and they are here with us. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. There's a few folks here. I'm not sure who will be. David, you presenting this one?
That is correct.
All right, great. And let me launch your PowerPoint, and then I can pass you controls or advance the slides for you, whatever your preference is.
If you don't mind, I'll drive.
Okay. There we go. All right, can you see that okay?
I can.
Perfect. Let me give you controls. There you are. All right, go ahead and click. Nope. Let's hide that one. Hang on. Jumped to another screen. I think I'm going to have to move this. Something, man, fine yesterday. All right, now that should. Okay, now click on the screen and see if you can activate that. Sorry for the delay there.
No, you're all good.
Things are moving to different screens today, so.
Yeah, it looks like I got it. Oh, okay, and I can just do I can do the keypad for. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, excellent. All right, well, welcome again. Thank you for joining us. You have 12 minutes, and go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining me for today's presentation of the Crestview Park Acquisition Project number 261648. For starters, I want to do a quick project summary. This project is seeking to acquire Crestview Park, which is a 10.86-acre neighborhood park located in the city of Tukwila. The city of Tukwila has developed and leased from Highline Public Schools since the mid-1990s. The total cost for acquisition is estimated about $5.24 million, and Tukwila is requesting $1 million for this project. Moving into the maps, looking at the state map, the city of Tukwila and Crestview Park are located within the central Puget Sound in King County on the western side of Washington state. Moving into the regional map, we'll double click there, sorry. Moving into the regional map, you'll know that Crestview Park and Tukwila are very centrally located within the sort of southern King County region. This is a regional recreational asset that has immediate access to Seattle, Tacoma International Airport, Burien, Renton, Skyway, and all these other sort of smaller interconnected communities in southern King County. Looking at the vicinity map, I want to know real quick that the map you're seeing here is about a half-mile radius around Crestview Park. And you'll note really quickly that Crestview Park really centralizes this neighborhood split between Tukwila and SeaTac. Within this half-mile radius, there's about 1,530 housing units. There's 3 community spaces, 2 churches, and 1 Ethiopian Muslim community center. There's 2 other parks. That's McMicken Heights Park and Crystal Springs Park. Closely related parks, but McMicken Heights is a bit more of a pocket park. Crystal Springs is a bit more of a forested sort of walking park, and Crestview really provides the true recreational sort of amenity and different uses. I don't know why that keeps skipping forward. Sorry, and different uses that you have. You also have 2 daycares, 1 school in McMicken Heights Elementary, and then 1 grocery store as well. So once again, really centering this community in this neighborhood, Crestview Park, right there in the center. Looking at local parks and priorities, one thing I really want to focus on is the map here. You can tell that Tukwila, by way of being sort of bisected by I-5, 405, and State Route 518, really creates this sort of this kind of neighborhood, right? It creates this isolated neighborhood where you're not going to send your kid across I-5 or I-405 to go to a different park. The recreational amenities and assets they have there are the amenities and assets they have to use. So it becomes a really critical need to provide due to this sort of kind of geographic and built-in isolation. And Crestview Park supports multiple high-scoring sport activities such as walking, leisure activities, playground and yard games, and we have community surveys that reinforce this amenity need that is met by Crestview Park. But we also have state research that shows as well that Crestview, by way of the dog park you're going to see in a bit, supports a really high-ranked motivation to spend time outside. Also, by way of it being a large green space with about 3.5 acres of forested land on the park, it mitigates urban heat island impacts. And we'll also note that Crestview represents about 1 in 6 of the total neighborhood park acreage within the city of Tukwila. So a really key recreational asset. Moving forward, looking at sort of the ongoing concern that this park is, it's in danger of being lost due to sale, but we're continuing to invest in it and seeing a future with it. You're actually looking at sort of the parking and picnic area and covered play area of Crestview Park. And this is a new design plan that we came up with the landscape architecture firm GGLO in the last couple of years. So we really want to stress that this is a park that we've invested in, that we're continuing to look forward to investing in, as long as we can maintain the park and ownership or access to the park for the public. Lastly, looking at health demographics, the city of Tukwila is an extremely diverse community, about 80 different languages spoken in our local school district, but it also has public health concerns that parks really address. Life expectancy at birth in Tukwila is 2.5 years lower than the King County average. We have the worst self-reported health status, so they report their health status as fair or poor, and we have the worst reported health status in King County. And we have an obesity rate that's 15.1 percentage points higher than that of King County. All of these stats are found to be statistically significant by the county, so really reaffirming that need for this good recreational, outside, active community recreational gathering space that Crestview Park provides. Public input. We just finished our new 2026 pros plan, but the 2020 pros plan still kind of reaffirms the same thing. Crestview Park is a regional asset. It brings people from all across the city and southern King County to use the dog park. It's a top 10 used park in the city of Tukwila. And some of the specific site recommendations that came out of that pros plan are being addressed. You just saw the playground, picnic shelter, and hardscape plan, where we have a public art plan we just approved. We just approved a new wayfinding and signage plan. And we also have the City of Tukwila non-motorized trails plan that was done this year as well. So we have continued community input, we have continued investment in planning, and hopefully continued true, in the ground work that we're going to do for this park for years to come. Now looking at the true project scopes, this is a nice aerial view once again of a park that right now is slated for sale by its owner, Highline Public Schools. It's 10.86 acres. You'll note in this sort of northeastern quadrant, we also have about 3.5 to 4 acres of forested land. But then looking at the other amenities, we have a ballpark, we have playground structures, we have covered sport courts, we have a picnic shelter. That water symbol on the top left is actually buried utility infrastructure for Highline Water District. It's a large water reservoir, so kind of a multi-use of this recreational space, if you will. And then sort of the kind of crown jewel of this park that makes it that regional draw that we've seen in pros plans and surveys is the dog park. People coming to that, I don't know why that keeps skipping forward. People coming to that park from across the southern King County to utilize that dog park as a real regional pull from neighboring cities. And this park has an appraised value of about $5.1 million. So looking into the immediacy of threat, we actually look at the owner Highline Public Schools, and they're going through a lot of the same things that many public school districts are going through across the state and the country. If we look at this chart here, we note from school year 24 to their projection for end of school year 27, that they project their ending general fund balance to be about 35% lower across that time. So creating a real call for potentially short-term cash or long-term financial reserves that a school district needs to operate within the state of Washington. Looking at kind of the same coin, but a different side of it, we also note that since school year 1920 to their budgeted for 26-27, their student population has fallen in annual average FTEs by about 4.8%. So looking at not only lower cash holdings, but also lower student body that brings in less resources from the state. So you're kind of having to do more or about the same with less regardless. So to summarize that, we can understand that Highline Public Schools has a demonstrated financial need for short-term and long-term cash. We know that they've stabilized enrollment, but it remains well below pre-COVID levels, and they're acting on this. Highline entered into a joint appraisal and reimbursement agreement with the City of Tukwila in Q1 of this year, which created that appraised value figure you just saw earlier in the presentation. We also know that their board of directors continues to meet on the property and really is working with us, but is looking to find something. So we know that if Crestview Park isn't sold to the city of Tukwila, it's going to be sold, and that would likely mean redevelopment of that 10.86 acres of critical open and green space, most likely for residential. It's an SFR, single-family residential zone property at this time. So true immediacy of threat when you look at the owner's financial standing. Site suitability. So zooming back into the park, but a little bit further out at that SeaTac, sort of the Tukwila line. This is a wonderful park. It's adjacent to public transit with King County Metro Route 156 to schools at about a half-mile walk from McMicken Heights Elementary over there in SeaTac. And then 2 trails, numbered trails within the city of Tukwila that allow for that connectivity across the neighborhood as well. It also has a large parking lot for vehicle access, so a really good multi-use and multi-ability to get to this park and access it. And then once again, as we talked about before, it's centrally located. So within that neighborhood. So we know it's a highly used local and regional asset. It offers those multiple recreational opportunities and amenities that we already saw. We have vegetation assessment plans in place for the forest to take care of it. So once again, a real going concern for us as a city. Looking at project engagement methods, the community cafe model has really worked for us, where we bring together translators, consultants, our team members, and community members and break bread with them and discuss what makes a park yours, what makes a park or a public space yours that you want to access. So we've had a really great effort with those. That brings us to the summarization of those efforts. So one of these meetings, this was back in late 2023, had 49 attendees who spoke 10 different languages. Crestview is actually one of the most visited parks among those attendees. So they talk about what makes a good park, and Crestview has a lot of those things. It's the walk, run, pass. It's the outdoor cooking, protected play, contemplation areas like a 3.5 acre forest. But it also has things that need improvement that we're working to address. There's general access that we're working on through the non-motorized trails plan. There's maintenance that we're working on through a levels of service model through our newest pros plan. We have a restrooms replacement plan moving in place with our capital improvement plan. And we're working on the play spaces like you saw earlier. So really taking in that input and turning it into output for our community. Looking at partnerships, we consider Highline Public Schools to be a true partner for this project. They've been with us hand in hand discussing their need or their desire to move this property and working with us to have those discussions of what can or can't be done to fit our needs and to fit their needs as well. And then also we have a lot of good public and private sort of time investment via the Green Tukwila partnership with our department, as well as Forterra, to bring people into care for the park's natural assets. So we have a lot of good community investment. We have an owner who is open and willing to discussions with the city to maintain this park as green space and as recreational space. And we really value that work. So we're trying to work together with all who we can to keep this amenity open to the public. Lastly, looking at cost efficiencies. Cost efficiencies in the grant manual really focuses on outside dollars, but it also just talks about other cost efficiencies. And the other cost efficiency in this case is the project itself. We know that there are no parcels in Tukwila that are suitable to replace Crestview Park at this time, either within that neighborhood or throughout that neighborhood. Most of the land in Tukwila is already developed by way of being the Duwamish River Valley. There's topographic, hydrologic, and geographic considerations that really limit the potential for further suitable land. And we also know that the cost of purchasing parkland and developing it for that recreational use is going to far exceed the acquisition of a site that already is developed for said use. A perfect example of this comes from the city of Renton. They recently acquired the 12.5 acre Stoneway sand and gravel site over on Maple Valley Highway, just off I-405. And they acquired that for an estimated $22 million just to acquire the land. They have not put a single thing in the ground yet to develop said land. So the cost efficiency here is really taking care of what we have, maintaining what we have, and keeping it open for future use. That brings us to the end of the presentation. Just to really quickly re-summarize what we talked about, Crestview Park is a 10.86 acre park of recreational land that's at risk of sale by its owner, Highline Public Schools. It's appraised at about $5.1 million value at this time. It's a proven regional recreational asset that brings people across the community from southern King County, whether it's Renton, Kent, Burien, Des Moines, Tukwila, SeaTac, so on. It's got about 3.5 acres of forested land with dozens and hundreds of additional trees across the property that really provide an ecological resource. And it's slated for continued recreational and ecological investment by Tukwila Parks and Recreation. So we're really hoping to be able to get a $1 million grant to support the purchase of this property and save this recreational land for future generations and decades to come. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much, David. All right. Any questions from the advisory committee? Anne, go ahead.
Can you talk a little bit about how this park came to be? I mean, how did you end up with a park, developing a park on school land?
Sure. My recollection, and I can This has been Highline Public Schools land for several decades. My understanding was in about the mid 70s was when they stopped operating a school on that property. I can't remember the exact, it might have been like Crestview Elementary or something like that. And then in the mid 90s was when we took over a lease and began development of the park. Around that same time as when that water reservoir was installed by Highline Water District as well. So this park has been managed by City of Tukwila and developed by City of Tukwila since about the mid 90s.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Or anything that you might need clarified? We can jump back to a slide if needed, or. I don't see any hand. Oh, there's one. There we go. David, go ahead.
I'm kind of curious. One thing that caught my attention is I forget the name of the park, but there's another park that's to the northeast, and trying to figure out what the distance is between it and why that doesn't serve this pocket of Tukwila.
I mean,
Crystal
I think
Springs,
it,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it serves the pocket, but in different ways, right? So Crystal Springs, it's kind of, obviously you can't tell from this map really, but Crystal Springs is kind of split into two areas. This is kind of the lower recreational area that does have some courts and a playground, but then most of this up here is forested walking land, right? So a wonderful park to walk through and to have some recreational asset. But Crestview Park really has that differing recreational opportunities. The main one being the dog park. That is a regional draw. We have that in surveys of, hey, my parents were visiting from out of town and we wanted to go to a dog park, and this is the biggest one in the area, and this brings us in. Those AI kind of aggregation tools that you see that kind of aggregate data from where people are coming to show a lot of people coming from those neighboring cities to Crestview Park specifically for that dog park. So part of it is, I think, yes, they have some congruent overlap of recreational opportunity, but I think the real thing that sets Crestview Park is that dog park because it has that nice open space and it is one of those higher ranked reasons to get outside and get active with your pet per the SCORP. So definitely close in some ways, but not in others. And it's that key difference that I think really differentiates the two.
Good, thank you. All right, anything else from the committee? All right, seeing none. I think you covered it all. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for your time, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
All right, thank you. All right, committee members, we will move to the next project. Get that pulled up. City of George, heading over to Eastern Washington. And Alex, looks like you are presenting this one.
Good morning. Correct. I'll be
All right, good
presentation.
morning. Pull this up. Launch it. There we go. Can you see that okay?
I can see it fine. Yes.
Great. All right, and I can advance the slides or pass control over to you, whatever your preference is.
All right. I'll just say next slide when I'm there.
Okay, that sounds good. Committee members, you guys ready to finish up with Tukwila? Okay. All right. Well, this looks like a development project. And whenever you are ready, you have 12 minutes, go right ahead. Yeah, just say next and I'll advance for you.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. I appreciate your time here. I'm Alex Kovac. I'm the current city planner for the city of George, and I've worked with the city on its developing its comprehensive parks plan. The team that we have working on this project is Amy Grace, the city clerk, who is helping with all the financial side of things. Then also Lisa Foster with TREAD, and she's helped partnering our funding to make these kind of projects possible. And then also Tom Harris, who's the facilities director at the Quincy School District. So he takes care of the facilities there at the George Elementary School. And they're in control of the land ownership and tenure. Next slide. Just to give a brief overview, this project is to build out a soccer field and associated amenities. It's located in Eastern Washington. It's at the George Elementary School property within the city of George. George is conveniently located along Interstate I-90, about 8 miles east of the Gorge Amphitheater. So if you know where that is, that gives you a good sense of the location here. Um, the project is part of a much larger sports facility project that the school district has been planning since 2021. It is also integral to the city's comprehensive parks plan, which we adopted in 2024. Next slide, please. Local needs and priorities. There are currently only 3 sports courts within the city of George, and all 3 are basketball courts. While basketball is the #1 ranked recreational activity according to a survey taken during the development of the city's park plan, it was closely followed up by soccer. However, with its high priority rank, there are no soccer fields locally available. Groups of children have been seen practicing in rough scrubland or going to the manicured grass at the city community park or schools, since those are the only spaces available. Many local coaches have expressed dissatisfaction with having to travel outside of George to be able to find a field to play on, making formal soccer play less accessible for many in the community. Having a field within city limits would encourage team building both in the children and adults. Next. As seen in the map, the nearest soccer fields are in Quincy, about 10 miles away, as the crow flies, where they're developing a Qplex multi-field sports facility that's being developed through a recently adopted Parks District. While most funding raised through the Parks District will go towards supporting that Quincy facility, it is assumed in future years some of that can be spread to other locations within the Parks District, including the city of George. When that time comes to request funding from the district for a local project, the city needs to be ready. Having already established a field like the one proposed would be convincing for the city's capability and readiness for expansion. As this map also shows, the residents of George can be isolated from nearby opportunities, especially if vehicle transportation isn't available. There is only one bus route that serves George, connecting it with Ephrata and Quincy, and it only runs between 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. with trips spaced about an hour and 45 minutes apart. This makes a local field option an even higher priority. Next slide. Project scope. The current site is undeveloped and is planned to be the first official soccer field in the city of George within the city limits. As you can see, hot summers that make for dry wild grasses will require the addition of comforting amenities, making the field as attractive to the spectators as well as the players. Seating, shade, and wind-blocking landscape elements must be provided. These can be a combination of natural or artificial structural elements. Being adjacent to the school, connections to infrastructure like irrigation, water, and power is relatively simple. Next slide. The project scope. The project improvements will include turf, striping, goalposts, benches, and seating, landscaping for shade, security fencing, lighting, and accessible parking. Accessible parking and pathways will make the field fully inclusive. The striping on the field can be designed for multi-purpose use, so multiple teams could practice at the same time or use the field for another sport. Since the field will be limited to children's play during school hours, it is important to include lighting for evening play when it becomes open to all in the community after the school hours. The school is providing access and tenure of the field for public use, getting the approvals needed through its board, while the city, on acceptance of the grant, understands its liability to assure the soccer field is available for use for at least 25 years. Next slide. Project design and fit. The site is owned by the Quincy School District and is regularly maintained for weed control, but it is mostly undeveloped scrubland. The site is flat and unencumbered by critical areas or structures requiring minimal grading or environmental mitigation. The site location is ideal and really the only option for the city. The site is development ready, and the school is an excited partner wanting to put this kind of project in. The combining entities can share financial and maintenance responsibilities, making it more cost-effective for both, than each trying to maintain separate facilities. Being tied with the elementary school and giving the students opportunity to play on these fields early on encourages the field's future use as an active, healthy lifestyle for our growing children. On the next slide. The location is at the hinge between two main neighborhoods of George residences, and the only location within the city that can accommodate the space and development of a sports field complex while being convenient to all. Within the Comprehensive Parks Plan, this site is in the middle of a proposed citywide trail system connecting residents to park amenities throughout the city and to the civic core and commercial area. The property in the city is earmarked, other properties within the city are earmarked for much needed housing or economic development and is very costly to develop as utilities and infrastructure needs to be brought into those sites. There is also convenient space to expand on the school's existing parking lot to include the accessible parking stalls immediately adjacent to the proposed soccer field. Next slide. The budget was set by beginning with a generous donation offered to the city of $100,000. Using that as a required 20% match for this grant, we can get that donation to make a larger impact in the city of George. Working with a project budget of $500,000, we looked at our parks plan to see what could be accomplished. Originally, 2 soccer fields were desired, but the cost for amenities required to have a well-used and long-lasting field made us reconsider and scale back to the 1 soccer field. This budget will include both design and construction and would be expected to be completed by the summer of 2029. There will be time and other future funding opportunities for the development of the rest of the planned sports facilities in that area. Next slide. Project engagement methods. During the comprehensive parks planning process, the city held 2 public workshops, participated in school family night events, and conducted a survey in both Spanish and English to assess what the community wanted most from the city in terms of parks and recreation. The city even had a photo contest and a parks camera set up to collect nonverbal clues as to how the community actually uses the parks. The information was shared with City Council and communicated in public hearings throughout a formal adoption process as well. The school also engaged in public meetings while developing its conceptual sports facility expansion plans. I mean, they got insight from their perspective as well. Next slide. Project engagement. At each of these engagement steps, all public comments received were considered in the park's plan development and were recorded through the planning process. Ideas were put into paper, and not just words, but using site sketches and example case studies. By ranking the data, soccer was identified as the second highest priority for the community, driving the decision to pursue the soccer field as a project to complete with this funding opportunity. Next slide. Project engagement and partnerships. The partnerships between the city and the school district is key to the success of building this soccer field and future sports fields. Early in the park's planning discussions, the school was represented and talked about their dreams for developing sports fields for their children within the city, asking how the 2 entities can work together to make these dreams a reality. This RCO grant and application is the first step and an example of using this partnership to turn these dreams into a reality. Next slide. So sustainability. With the city and the school wanting the soccer field to be a success story and to promote further development in the future for our recreation plans, it can only be accomplished by assuring the field is widely used and maintained over the course of many years. Some ideas to promote this include adding natural landscaping and artificial shade elements to keep the field under user-friendly through the warmer weather, having security fencing and lighting, as well as vandal-resistant materials chosen as necessary for lowering maintenance costs. Ultimately, having the community take pride in the field will deter that kind of negative behavior. Being accessible for all modes of transportation, from those that can run or need assistance due to a disability, And being a place that removes language barriers with multilingual signage will further unite the community over a friendly soccer match. Soccer teams will be able to organically form, where a walk to the school one night can lead to a group of friends practicing and eventually playing a pickup game where that may lead to forming a team in a regional competition. This team building also creates a community unit. A shared maintenance plan between the school and city will be more economically sound over the life of the park. And then providing field striping options for multifunctional use of the field and other sports activities will give it more opportunity for use. Next slide. Cost efficiencies. This project has the opportunity to greatly reduce the capital costs required by the city to accomplish such a project. By receiving a $100,000 donation from Microsoft through TRED, this donation is necessary for the city to accomplish this project. And it is why the city has moved on this opportunity to make the best use of those funds. The $100,000 match is in the bank and ready to be used for this grant application. Microsoft has donated this money to TRED, a local nonprofit, to help invest in parks in the Northwest. TRED is helping to leverage this donation and create a multiplier effect. Regardless, if this grant is awarded or not, this project will move forward with these funds. And that's the end. So thank you again for listening and hearing our project. And yeah, open for any questions.
Great. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, questions from the committee? Ann, go ahead.
Yeah, how were the budget numbers determined? I saw you had, like the grant and the RCO, but how did you come up with this project as $500,000 worth of work?
So we kind of worked backwards. We started with, the larger two soccer field and put together a budget of what it would cost to build one field, add the lighting, add the shade trees, add the benches, and we realized that budget was too much. And we scaled back, and scaled back until we reached a budget number that would fit with the grant amount using the match from Microsoft. So that was we worked backwards from that $500,000 budget to maximize what we could with this soccer field to say, okay, we can get one soccer field in here, we can add park benches, we can get the ADA parking in there, and yeah, added it up as much as we could into that budgetary number.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. And Alex, did you have like engineering estimates or help from a consultant and that sort of thing to sort of come up with a budget?
Yeah, so we have worked on a number of park projects and looked at prior park plans that we've done in the city of Soap Lake. The city of Royal City has also recently done a soccer field there as well, and used a lot of those numbers to see where the budget would come in and pull those numbers together that way.
Great, thanks. David, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think I asked this question during the technical review and don't remember the answer, and but it has to do with interlocal agreement with the school district and access to this. So so it sounds like the school district would have access to the fields during school hours, and the public via the city would have access to non-school hours. Do you have a interlocal agreement with the school district to these effects at this point? And why is the school district applying?
Yeah, the school district, they've got a lot on their hands to manage, but they're a happy partner to be involved with this. And from the city side, we've got our parks plan in place, and we felt that as a first step of developing that parks plan, this partnership opportunity with the school would be a great opportunity. Because I know they've been wanting to move forward on this. They just haven't had the means and time to invest in it. So we'll be able to get that started now. And then having that local agreement, we're working on that. We don't have all the details worked out exactly on, the maintenance schedule and who's doing what at this point, but they have provided this information to their board and got approval for, knowing that this is going to be a park that has to have use from the public out of the school hours, and they're all on board for that. And that'll be used as a park for the public for many, many years.
And just to follow up, Carl, to you, is that I assume that if the grant is awarded, you have to see execution of an interlocal agreement that secures the funds and the property there?
We do, yeah, that's required, what we call control and tenure,
Okay.
one of our policies. So it would need to be sufficient control and for a sufficient term. And in this case, 25 years from project completion is minimum term.
But since the city doesn't own it, the school district does, you would require to see an interlocal agreement that
Yeah,
gives that
see
control.
the lease or the interlocal or whatever
Okay.
whatever the instrument is, yeah, we would.
All right.
And the schools are not eligible themselves to apply, so that's why they're not like the applicant, but the city is. So it is okay to have this sort of a partnership and a lease agreement on the piece of property. And go ahead.
So one more question. You had mentioned in the community engagement that soccer was the second choice for the community. What was the first choice?
The first choice was basketball, but there's already
you already have
basketball courts in town. Yeah, so that's taken care of. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Other questions from the committee or anything you need clarified? All right. Well, thank you very much, Alex. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. No, I appreciate all your time, and yes, have a good rest of the day. And I
All
hope
right. Thanks. You
listen to
too.
everybody's presentations.
All right.
Thank you.
See ya. All right, heading back, whoops, to the west side, Bainbridge. Hey, Matt, welcome back. Strawberry Hill. There we go. Can you see that okay?
I can, yes.
Good. You want me to do the slides or pass control over to you?
I'll take control. Looks like I clicked the screen and let's see if
Yeah, hold on. I got to select your name.
Great.
And now give it a shot. Perfect. All right. Well, you have 12 minutes, so go right ahead.
Well, thank you and good morning. I'm pleased to present to you Strawberry Hill Skate Park and Play Zone. Want to first acknowledge that word may not be fully understood, Play Zone. I hope I may expand upon it. It's a really growing concept here on Bainbridge Island, and we're excited to combine it with our first ever true skate park. So you'll be hearing all about that, but Play Zone is meant to be multifunctional, multi-age, dynamic and growing over time. So we're really excited to get that started with this project, as well as establishing a skate park. Presented that idea 2 years ago, but realized the expansion and how it needs to integrate into the park is reason to be back and to present it as two main ideas, skate park and play zone. Bainbridge Island, as you're probably quite familiar, is close to Seattle on Puget Sound. And Strawberry Hill Park is central to the island. I want to point out now as this graphic shows the connection to Seattle. We've seen Strawberry Hill Park, one is central to the entire island, but it does have a metro audience. We have an existing skate bowl you'll see in our images. It's a singular element. It's a skate bowl alone, but it's been drawing people since the early 80s when it was built. And since then, we've had a new very recently, a new mountain bike park put in, as well as an expansion to our dog park. So we're actually seeing people come from off island. You can see a bridge to the north where they're coming to use our mountain bike park. It's rather unique. It's for all ages, which is something that a lot of parks don't have in a skill zone. But anyway, the idea that it's not just the island is important for me to bring out. We also host tournaments at Strawberry Hill Park with our athletic fields, which are rather extensive and have competitive and viewing opportunities like a snack shack. So now looking a little closer into Bainbridge Island, the green zone really represents our more dense area. It's all a walkable area here from the ferry terminal. So I want to bring that out. I've already mentioned how Strawberry Hill Park is central. Hopefully you're spotting it a little bit to the left of the screen. It is, like I said, a destination on the island, particularly given its central location. I also want to point out the schools that are in blue. We're working with the schools and with our private Parks Trails Foundation to connect all of these assets. We've actually made a lot of progress, and it is a goal to bring the school children to Strawberry Hill Park. Move on. Zooming in a little bit, I think I may have skipped a slide. Back up. Yeah. So now looking down, aerial view of Strawberry Hill Park. In the red circle, you can see our extensive existing skate bowl. You might also be able to notice a little bit of a brown soft surface area, which is a playground, which we want to reinvigorate with this project. I'll show that in better detail, including the picnic shelter and the amenities all around this particular project area. Yeah, showing a little bit more close in the existing parking around the actual project area, the central play zone and skate park really meant to be a large plaza, multifunctional. But with it, you can see the restrooms that are close by. Maybe you're just starting to get a sense of how much activity goes on at this park, particularly with just in the north portion of it. You'll see more later, but where the fields are located and gathering areas. Let me move into the need and our local priorities. The top read statement says outdoor unstructured recreation for all ages. I want to validate that further and tell you that that was a very strong component of our recently updated PROS plan. Along with that came the idea to focus on existing assets. Expansion is not necessary, especially because we have aging infrastructure like the skate bowl. So what we were told to do was to use our assets better, to have quality investments in them, and to start programming outdoor spaces. I think that's a really strong comment, to add programming to outdoors, not just indoor. So the two elements of this project, speaking to the fact that we've had a long-standing request to expand skating on Bainbridge Island with its history. You can see a temporary bowl that actually existed before the skate bowl was actually built in Strawberry Hill Park, like I said, in the 80s. We have a strong stakeholder community waiting to do more, including folks from Seattle. And you will, the seed money of this grant, there's full confidence that we will have a commitment from the community. The foundation's already pledged the money to match for a skate plaza, diverse opportunities of play. And the stakeholder committees that have been meeting and still stay active in all of the design and the implementation are ready for fundraising. So we're confident in that. Just speaking to the play side of things, we have a very limited playground there, but I am excited that the net climber will stay right where it is and be part of kind of a new diverse play for all ages. The local needs, so addressing all three areas of what we're providing. This map, however, speaks mostly to the skating and the lack of availability on the island. You'll see in a moment that we don't really have urban spaces that sometimes get converted. So skaters really are left to our road system. Only way to get to skate parks in Kitsap County, which you can see some of the mileage is by car. That doesn't work well for our teens, and let me just go ahead and say on our road system, which is not safe for that travel. We don't yet have the SDO trail to get people off island safely other than a car on state highway. Outdoor parkour equipment. The equipment's broader than parkour, but I'll point out that there's a strong demand for it. I'll tell you just a little more detail about how much existing parkour there is. The equipment is meant to be both parkour, fitness, and broad use. And that speaks to number 3. We'd really like to grow, particularly at Strawberry Hill Park, a training circuit. We have a lot of sports teams that are there. Many are waiting for their turn on the fields. So outdoor fitness equipment, not only did it come up from the community as a need, we have none on the island, 0. There's also this idea of a fitness and training circuit that has grown for us. As I mentioned on the left, you're going to hear more about parkour and outdoor fitness. We are limited to only indoor space, but that is our youth program. We also have camps that go to up through teenage years. We have nothing though that's outdoor or for adults yet, despite having coaches request even established curriculum. I have coaches here that have experience working with adults outdoors with fitness and with parkour. So that's pretty exciting. We want to grow it with the demand that we're facing. Another priority of ours in terms of local priorities is to have activities for teens. The teens who helped design the play zone and the skate park have talked about hangout spaces. And on the island, in terms of need, we actually have from one of our partners a study that speaks about high anxiety of our teens and lack of healthy outings. We have higher substance abuse than other locations. So we are a community with that need. On the right, you can see local skaters resorting to actually an abandoned building site in Winslow, our downtown. And then what happened? The signs that went up right on that spot, that is from that spot, that says no trespassing, private property, and no skateboarding. So we're really looking for an inclusive, safe space for all ages, but particularly those skateboarders who came to us and said, please help us have an urban plaza to use. Need goes on, but just out of interest, I'll speak to the fact that we have that skate bowl, which is good, but it's inaccessible. It's up a steep terrain, and it's only for advanced skaters. So on the right, you can see some of the things we're really trying to have. Skill building space is important to us for our programs. We used to have a skate camp, but we really didn't have the facility to support it. We'd like to bring that back. Assembly place for parents, for visitors. We really think we can have exhibitions because the plaza will also work as a demonstration space.
Hey, Matt. I
Yes.
just want to say you only have barely like 3 minutes left, and we're just into criteria too. So try to keep moving a little more quickly.
Great.
Through the slides.
I'll let this slide speak for itself if you guys have a quick look at it. The plaza is outlined as 73,000 square feet. And then there are 3 stations integrated into the design. The whole site will be developed. So we want to utilize the site development that's involved. Project scope, this is just a little bit more. Renovation of the skate bowl is included as well as the existing playground. This graphic shows a fitness course, which we're just wanting to start. That would be built on the planned pump track, which this project will provide. You'll see that in beige on this screen. This project, again, designs all the stormwater underground, innovative way of doing it, so that we can expand the play zone, but we'll utilize the entire area, though the plaza in yellow is largely what we will build as phase 1, along with the play elements into the playground. Here's just another look at some of the play stations, give you an idea of multi-generational use and how we've planned those. The surface mount equipment is something we can always relocate and build the fitness course further if we're able to build on the park. So Project Fit, we have a concept plan in place for the entire park. In yellow is the play zone. Wanted you to see that. In blue is the skate park expansion. We've talked about the amenities in the draw, so I'll move on. Little imagers of the skate park. This one I'll spend just a second on because it shows the accessible entry and viewing area. The start of the fitness area gives you an idea. Existing skate bowl in the plaza down below. I'll zoom through these. These are cultural and historic elements built into the park for Project Fit. The budget, maybe I let that speak to you later, but the majority is the skate park, the site, and the central play zone preparation, all stormwater. The equipment is limited at $55,000, but it's part of the whole site and activation. This is the funding. So we do have a match already in place locally of $500,000, $100,000 from the Park District, the Parks and Trails Foundation, which has led a lot of our planning on the skate park portion, is ready to pledge $400,000, and they have a development agreement for that. The timeline would have us opening in spring of 2029. Public participation, instead of reading the slide to you, I'll just say that we are re-engaging now. We've had a lot of successful methods and stakeholders in place, lots of study sessions, including one with our park board itself. Over 75 youth attended. That was in 2022, so post-COVID. Study sessions will continue though, particularly on the play zone as it grows. Fitness. Project engagement, I think I just spoke a bit to that. I'll point out that the Bainbridge Island School District is talking about bringing students after school to the site by bus, knowing it's a safe zone with programming. The American Filipino Cultural Association is next door. We have a development agreement with them for parking for any of those venue ideas or bringing competitions. Partnerships, I think the largest one to mention is the foundation with its match. The Rotary Club, though, is a continual sponsor. They actually are the sponsors of the skate bowl. In sustainability, the site was once leveled, deforested. That was for the strawberry field and farming that occurred. We honor that now, but we have reforested the site and we have a natural management plan that makes it a retreat when one comes to the site. I'll just point out in the second slide, it was once a federal facility transferred to us and became a park. We use those assets to this day, so that is a sustainable factor. Another, of course, is that the planning that goes on here, the assessments that have been done, it is a highly efficient site. It is a forested, managed forest site. It promotes social sides of sustainability, given the cultural connections, education, arts that go on. We have an arts center on the property where we also have summer camps. So a lot's going on. A trail network is growing as well, and planning guidelines grow the future of the park. Cost efficiencies, existing legendary bowl that we have. We have a pre-design and permit-ready plan for the skate park. We're leveraging park amenities. I think you've heard about that. It is one site mobilization, not multiples, as we do the entire improvement for the play zone. We're using bid alternatives to price future elements of the skate park growth. So like the pump track. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry if I had to rush.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I know it's a lot to try to squeeze in there to 12 minutes, but yeah, nice job getting through the rest of it. All right, questions from the committee? And go ahead.
Did I hear correctly? You had 400,000 private donation?
Yes, that is from our Parks and Trails Foundation of Bainbridge Island, and it's under a development agreement with us that they would raise that funds. They've been extremely successful on Bainbridge Island raising funds. So they signed that and their board signed it with full confidence.
So they're pledging to raise it for you, and it's not yet in the bank.
Right, but they'll do a certificate of match. Sorry to go on about this statement, but they were aware of the project timeline and it wasn't a concern.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions or anything the committee wants clarification on? Jeff, go ahead.
Could you talk about your project engagement methods again? It went through that slide really quick and I couldn't see. It sounded like it was a few years ago, but what exactly? Okay.
Yeah, thanks for asking, Jeff. You know, advisory committees are pretty important and it's neat when they exist as opposed to some park planner like me. So the experts and the young people and parents were involved in this skate park design. The concept plan, we spent over a year with the community doing interviews. We had an engagement session on site where people could walk with us and talk about desired equipment, park tours included. And so it was neat to have the gym that's next door having a senior class, and they came outside while we were there and spoke to us about how they would love to come outside of the small gym that's on site. But the public meetings with the park board, I would say, is a large part of how the concept plan went forward, along with notices, of course, to neighbors and invitations beyond just a notice to participate.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions from the committee?
Carl, could I highlight that in both processes, we did have third parties, and I think that can be really important to hear the community. So under public participation, Grindline Skate, not only are they experts and have built this, but they attended all of the design concepts and the committee that worked on design. It wasn't staff led and said, here's your idea. It was really organic. And then on the concept plan, again, we didn't say this is what we want to do. It was a matter of letting a third party give recommendations to our park board. They want to divide, for one example, is they want to get rid of some of the access roads that cut across play spaces. And I think it's thrilling to have this central play zone, not only to the park, but to the island. Like, go there.
Yeah. Yeah, good. Thanks. All right. Any final questions? All right. I think we're good. Well, thanks again, Matt. Appreciate it.
Thank you all for your time. Thanks for
All
seeing
right.
us twice.
Yeah, no problem. Have a great day.
Okay.
All right, we have arrived at a break, but before you go, folks, let me just let you know that tomorrow morning, unfortunately, the town of Vader had to drop their application. You may recall, they received a phase one grant a couple years back, and they're just in the thick of that. It's a lot of work, and they felt like they weren't quite ready to. What they were applying for was phase two, and it was just felt like too much. So hopefully, in a future grant round, they'll be back. But what that means is they were in the morning, our lunch moved up. It's going to be a little earlier, 11:15 to about 12:15. So take a look at your schedules. Hopefully that's good with you. Any questions or concerns, at lunch or the next break, we can talk about it or shoot me a note. But that's the schedule in the Prism Online system. If you go to scroll down like to Thursday, the next day, it'll show that. And then it means we'll be done about a half hour or so early. Tessa, anything else to note on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know, I think we found an applicant who's going to kind of bump up a little bit, so we won't have quite as early of a lunch. I'm thinking
Okay.
maybe like
Good.
11:45. The day will still end earlier though, and some of the project times will still move up, but a little bit more going on in the morning.
Aha. Okay, good. So there you go. So we'll get that. We'll get that adjusted. I think in Prism, right, Tessa? You'll be able to. Whoever's moving up will move up, and in the system. Okay. All right. Well, come on back at 10:15, and we will carry on with Squim and then Raymond. All right. Thanks, everyone. Hi, Tia. Thanks for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, for sure.
Logged in right at your break time. Sorry about that.
What's that?
I logged in right at your break time. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, you're welcome to hang out, or you can leave and come on back, but you're welcome to hang out and listen. You'll be up around 10:30 or so.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Yep. Bye. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hello, Hannah. Welcome from City of Swim.
Morning.
How are you today?
I'm well. Thanks for the music. That was a beautiful transition.
Yeah, thank you. And I tried to fade it out too. Do you hear
It's
that?
really well done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's my retirement plan, maybe, is DJ.
There you go. That's what my husband's doing, actually. Good job.
Oh, very cool. Oh, well, that's not good. Site reports. Item not found. All right. Well, we'll have to find your PowerPoint another way. Hold on just a minute. Supposed to automatically launch, but it did not. 1391, right? Let's try this. There we go. All right, can you see that okay now?
We can.
Excellent. Okay, and I'd be happy to advance the slides or pass control to you, whatever you would like.
If you could pass control, I have my sidekick that's going to hit the button.
Excellent. I need one of those. I need a sidekick. Lucky you. Okay. There you are. All right. Go ahead and click on the screen and it should, there you go. Looks like you got it. Awesome. Whenever you guys are ready, go right ahead.
Okay, we're ready. Hello, I'm Hannah Merrill, Parks Manager for the City of Sequim. Thank you for considering RCO reimbursement for the acquisition of 15.6 acres for the Ruth C. McCord Memorial Park, a lasting investment in recreation, conservation, and community access. Sequim is located in northeastern Clallam County between Olympic National Park and the Strait of Juan de Fuca. The site at 764 West Hendrickson Road is located in SWIM's northwest corner and is directly adjacent to the Olympic Discovery Trail, the region's premier multimodal recreation corridor. Throughout the presentation, the project site is in green and the trail in orange and called ODT. The 15.6 acre property is open grassland with mature trees and remnants of its century-long agricultural heritage. Acquiring this property provides a rare opportunity to preserve significant acreage within the city and shape a distinctive future community park. This map shows SWIM's existing park inventory. McCord Park, Green Square with Star, will address major geographic and service needs in the city's northwest quadrant, expanding recreation opportunities, preserving land, and increasing ODT trail access. Carrie Blake Community Park, the Red Star, is currently the city's only broad-use community park. Parks designated by purple stars are small neighborhood parks with playground and arboretum amenities. Parks identified by yellow stars are undeveloped passive use parks with vehicle access but limited pedestrian and transit access. Overall, the city's existing park system lacks the combination of amenities, active recreation opportunities, and multimodal access that McCord Park will provide. McCord Park is strategically located within walking distance to senior and assisted living facilities, Olympic Medical and Cancer Care Center, Jamestown Squalin Medical and Dental Clinics, SWIM School District K-12 campuses, the Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, Public Library, and the Olympic Discovery Trail. It will serve residents where they already live, learn, work, receive care, and gather, making it a future community hub. SWIM's 2025 comprehensive plan, anticipated for adoption this September, projects 3,500 new residents in over 25 years, roughly 36% growth. Acquiring the site now positions the city to proactively meet increased demand while ensuring quality of life and equitable park access for city residents. The future park will serve about 1,200 homes and 2,400 residents within a half-mile walkable or rollable distance. It will improve nearby access to outdoor recreation and open space for residents of all ages and abilities. The Parks and Open Space Plan identifies the need for a community park in Northwest SWIM. McCord Park advances city priorities by protecting open space, expanding recreation capacity, improving ODT connections, and increasing equitable access. This unique landscape offers a rare combination of open space, mature vegetation, habitat value, and natural character within city limits. Existing native Gary oak trees support habitat for birds, pollinators, and wildlife, along with mature fruit trees and stately Douglas firs. McCord Park will preserve existing natural features, transforming the site into a community space that expands opportunities for recreation, gathering, and outdoor connection. This site has few built features, allowing the city to thoughtfully design around its natural characteristics. The former homestead structures are gone. The remaining garage and shed will be removed. The property has driveway access, on-site water and electrical utilities, and direct access to the Olympic Discovery Trail. The park is well poised for future development. Next year, with community input, the city will complete a site-specific plan. Future development may include access and parking, Gary oak habitat protection, restrooms, play areas, and picnic space. Final design will be shaped through site analysis, cultural resources review, technical studies, and further community engagement. A pump track concept highlights a trail-oriented recreation opportunity that complements and connects the park to the adjacent Olympic Discovery Trail. McCord Park protects one of the few remaining undeveloped properties within city limits large enough for a true community park. Market interest and development pressure meant that the city could not assume the property would remain available through another funding cycle. As former state representative Steve Theringer said, In a town like Sequim, any piece of property that's not developed will become more and more important. Under RCO guidance, the city obtained a waiver of retroactivity, allowing it to act quickly, secure the land, and preserve reimbursement eligibility. The 2025 Comprehensive Future Land Use Map, or FLUME, identifies this parcel as a future park site. When it became available, the private market interest created a narrow window to act. This acquisition turned the long planned community vision into a permanent public access. Into a permanent public asset. During negotiations with the McCord family, competing commercial offers compressed the time frame to acquire one of Sequim's few remaining community park scale properties for public use. The site's natural features are exceptionally well suited for development of a community park. The level topography seen here has gravelly, well-drained soils. Stormwater would be treated and infiltrated on site, showcasing nature-based examples of low-impact development and stormwater solutions. Key infrastructure and access are already in place. Water and electrical utilities are on site. A local city road and ODT provide direct access for cars, pedestrian, and bikes. These existing features significantly reduce development barriers and strengthen McCord Park's readiness to become an accessible, connected, and sustainable community park. The land has an extensive cohort of mature trees, including Gary Oaks, that provide habitat value, shade, park landscaping, and a strong stewardship foundation. Grassy fields, currently used for grazing, and flat terrain provide flexible space for informal play, walking routes, habitat areas, and a place for neighbors to gather. An extraordinary feature of McCord Park is its direct access to the Olympic Discovery Trail, a segment of the Great American Rail Trail, linking it to a regional recreation and travel network. This heavily used segment averages about 900 users per day of the over 250,000 annual ODT visitors. Future park design can build on this relationship. This may include coordinating wayfinding, rest areas, trail-oriented amenities that serve both neighborhood residents and ODT users. The park site is easily accessible via trail or sidewalk by schools, medical, senior, youth, civic, and recreation services, all within a mile or less. This proximity supports daily health, mobility, and social connection by providing a nearby place to walk, play, rest, and spend time outdoors. McCord Park meets an important community need, connecting public space to the places people already live, learn, receive care, and gather. Public input consistently supports priorities advanced by the park acquisition: more open space, habitat preservation, tree canopy, and accessible places to gather and recreate. The planning process will translate these priorities into a site-specific park vision. The city's acquisition generated enthusiastic media coverage and strong community interest, with headlines celebrating both the purchase and park potential. The project also honors Ruth McCord's hope that the property would benefit Sequim for generations. This positive response underscores what the acquisition makes possible: preserved public space, expanded future recreation access, and a lasting community asset. Engagement through the park's planning efforts has delivered a clear and consistent message. Sequim residents value open space and want expanded recreation opportunities. 11 partnership letters shown here demonstrate broad support for the McCord property as a future public park. In the words of Olympic Boys and Girls Club CEO Mary Budke, this park has the potential to be a true convening place, one that fosters an appreciation for community, the joy of shared experiences, and helps build lasting relationships. Most importantly, it would provide greater access for underserved youth and their families. In other words, this park is not only a city priority, but it's a shared community investment. Existing infrastructure creates a clear cost advantage for future park development. Water, wastewater, irrigation, electricity, flat fields, mature landscaping, established road, and ODT trail access are already in place. These assets reduce upfront development needs and allow public investment to deliver a high-value park more efficiently. The McCord family donated an additional acre for a connected public park. While not included in the retroactivity waiver request, the donation strengthens the site and its long-term value. Since the technical review, previous property owners reached out. The Ridgway family, who owned the property for generations before the McCords, has embraced the vision of preserving this land for public use. A grandson contacted us and shared family history, photos, and the original 1914 bill of sale, and was delighted that the property can remain intact as a community park. The Ridgway family has also indicated interest in supporting future park development. Park impact fees and local infrastructure funding identified in the capital improvement plan provide strong local match for efficient long-term park development. Thank you for your time and consideration. With RCO support, the City of Sequim can preserve this land, honor Ruth McCord's legacy, and create a welcoming, interconnected park. Mayor Rachel Anderson captured the heart of this project when she said, "Ruth had a vision of something greater than herself. She understood that the greatest legacies are the ones that give back."
Great, thank you very much, Anna. All right, questions from the committee on this project? Anne, go ahead.
Could you go back to slide 21? I just need a little more time with that slide.
Oh. Is that us or you, Carl?
This is the one you needed, Anne?
Yes. So the engagement, you had 2 surveys, it looks like. That was the public engagement.
Yeah, in 2022, the Parks and Open Space Plan did a survey. So that's the top one. And then in 2023, the city did a citywide community survey for what city residents, valued and found important.
Okay.
And so that's kind of directing what we need to do next. Our planning will include those things and more community engagement.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Questions from the committee? I was curious, you're showing, so in your application, you show a donated land property interest is that from the current seller? They're just donating or have donated a portion?
The McCords had the 15.6 acres, and there was an additional 1 acre parcel that they were thinking about keeping as a family parcel. And in the end, we bought the 15.6 acres and they donated that to the city.
Oh, gotcha. They went ahead and donated the one they were maybe going to keep. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and that's on, the picture of that is on slide 25, the second to last slide. Yeah, so that yellow rectangle on the aerial photo is the acre that was for some reason separate. They owned the whole thing, but that was a separate one, and they were thinking of having that stay in the family. And then when we were in negotiations, they said they would use it as a kind of a donation, for a donation to make the park kind of one piece, and also for them to have that be part of their legacy, I believe.
Yeah, nice, very nice. Jeff.
Hey, just a quick question about the partnerships. I noticed, go back to the slide you just were on with, okay. So none of those letters were uploaded though to Prism, right? So I was just looking for them in attachments.
They should be there. And they'd be all one, like all of them are one addition.
I only see the parcel map and attachments. I don't see anything else.
Jeff, that's something I can probably fix as long as they're in there. It could be it could be the attachment type. I just need to change the attachment type and refresh it. So I'll go in at a break and see if I can fix that, and then it will display for you guys, because we don't. There's a gazillion attachments in the applications, and we don't like display them all in your module. But I'll make sure you can get to that. So I'll do that at a break and let you know, so you can take a look at it.
Thank you.
Did you have any question about any specific one, Jeff?
No, I didn't. I was looking during a presentation for the letters, but then I saw the slide and I was like, that's a lot of letters and none of them are in here. So, just trying to gauge the partnership level. And this slide shows there's a lot of partnership, potentially with support. So nothing in specifically, I just like to look through them was all. But yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks.
It was
Thanks for
pretty
pointing.
exciting
Thank you.
because we're, when you're in the process of just kind of being not able to say we're designing right now, but like we are working on, getting this funding and working toward it. And the response was so quick with people sending letters, and it was amazing. So it was really, really heartening.
All right, other questions or anything you need to clarify? All right, looks like we're good to go. Thanks again, Hannah. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thanks for your time, everybody.
All right, have a great day.
You too.
All right, we're going to head down to Raymond. Hello, Tia. Welcome.
Hello.
And hold on, get to your presentation here. All right, that one worked for us. And should I pass you control, or do you want me to advance the slides?
I can do it. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Let me find you. There you are. All right, go ahead and click on the screen to make sure that works for you. And you should be able to use the arrow keys on your keyboard, or there you go.
There it goes. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Tia Channel. Thank you for having me present today. Today I'm presenting for the City of Raymond's Dr. O.R. Nevitt Memorial Pool Renovation, Phase 2 Splash Pad. Located in downtown Raymond, Washington, Phase 1 included a new pool liner and kiddie slide addition to the main pool that was RCO funded, with construction beginning today, actually. Located in the far southwest corner of Washington in Pacific County, Raymond is the county's largest city with just over 3,200 residents. The project goal of Phase 2 is to replace the aging, costly, maintenance-heavy kiddie pool with a fully accessible, zero-depth, ADA-compliant splash pad. This site contains the only public aquatic facility in Pacific County. Built in 1955, it operates June through September and serves Raymond, as well as neighboring South Bend, Bay Center, Tokeland, Menlo, PL, and rural northern Pacific County, along with many visitors. The city prioritized this project because of strong community support and increasing safety and maintenance concerns. The facility is directly off of US Highway 101, where traffic averages roughly 8,100 to 10,800 vehicles per day and increases during the summer tourism season. We often have many visitors from out of town that stop in to enjoy the facility. The facility is also 500 feet away from free public transportation. Facility use continues to grow as families seek affordable recreation. Last summer, more than 7,500 people visited, which was about 2,000 more than the summer prior in 2024. A splash pad would also significantly reduce the staff, volunteer time, and operating costs required by the existing kiddie pool. Demand is high due to limited recreational options in the area. The facility provides a free kiddie pool and more than 3 free recreational swim days each week through local sponsorships and donations. To meet high community demand and lower operational costs, the city's splash pad proposal would offer a much simpler startup process compared than the current kiddie pool, which has become increasingly problematic and costly to operate. Preparing the kiddie pool for opening currently requires at least a week of staff and volunteer time, followed by substantial daily maintenance. The aging pump system also has complex repairs at times, as the parts for the pump are no longer replaceable. A splash pad would offer reduced maintenance, mechanical problems, costs, and safety concerns while preserving an important free recreation option. For many local families, cost limits access to recreation. Pacific County's median household income is significantly below the Washington state average, and approximately 13.7% of families live below the federal poverty level. In the Raymond School District, 68.8% of students, just 7 in 10, qualify for free or reduced meals. The proposed splash pad directly addresses these needs by providing free, accessible water play that removes both financial and physical barriers and supports public health and community connection without adding a financial burden for families. By expanding access to free recreation, the project will also contribute to the local economy without placing an additional financial burden on those residents. Approximately 22% of Raymond's population is under the age of 18, while 25.8% is age 65 or older. 30.3% of households include children under 18. These demographics demonstrate the value of an inclusive, multi-generational recreational space. The splash pad will provide a safe environment for physical activity and social interaction while accommodating children, families, older adults, and individuals with varying abilities, including mobility and sensory needs. In the city surrounded by rivers and streams, having a safe, accessible aquatic recreation option is important. The closest comparable options are neighboring Grace Harbor and Lewis counties, which are approximately 28 to 55 miles away. For rural and lower income households without reliable transportation, those distances and rising travel costs create a significant barrier to recreation. The renovation will replace the aging kiddie pool with a zero-depth splash pad featuring interactive water play elements. The flow-through direct-to-drain system will use an on-demand activation, so water runs only when the splash pad is in use. The design reduces startup time, staff maintenance, and mechanical issues while addressing current code deficiencies and the increasing cost of operating the aging pool. With the flow-through design, water use can be controlled through demand activation, low-flow fixtures, sequencing, and seasonal or weather-dependent operation. The larger operational savings come from reduced staff time, chemical use, filtration, energy, backwashing, opening and closing labor, and ongoing mechanical maintenance. Accessibility will be incorporated throughout the facility. Barrier-free routes will connect ADA parking, the splash pad, seating areas, the accessible restroom, and other park amenities, while tying into existing accessible pathways to the local transit and the library. Routes will have firm, slip-resistant surfaces and appropriate widths and slopes. The zero-depth splash pad eliminates steps and curbs and provides maneuvering space for wheelchairs and other mobility devices. The project will reuse the existing kiddie pool footprint, maximizing an already developed recreational site and minimizing disturbance to the surrounding area. The facility is adjacent to a popular playground and the Timberland Regional Library, which frequently hosts community-free events in the park. Together with the existing pool, these neighboring amenities create a centralized recreation area for families. Replacing infrastructure that has exceeded its intended lifespan will create a safer, more connected, and welcoming recreational asset in the heart of downtown Raymond. Using estimates from Northwest Playgrounds and WMS Aquatics for splash pad construction, along with estimates for sidewalks, asphalt parking, picnic tables and landscaping, and also some lighting, the city developed an estimated project total of $440,000, including a 10% allowance for possible cost increases. If awarded funding, the city will provide match through city funds and donated paid labor from city employees. An additional $21,000 from local nonprofit groups will help complete the required $88,000 grant match. Community engagement began with the city's 2022 comprehensive plan update and included public meetings, workshops, surveys, newspaper outreach, the city website, and social media. The aging aquatic facility was one of the most frequently identified city recreational concerns. Residents cited maintenance problems, inadequate ADA access, parking and accessible stall needs, unsafe concrete sidewalks, and repeatedly suggested a splash pad in the existing kiddie pool area. Community survey results show strong support for continued investment in aquatic recreation. Splash pad and pool renovations ranked as the most requested park improvement, receiving 30% of total responses, nearly twice the support of biking trails at 16%, playgrounds followed at 14%, while skateboard parks and athletic fields each received 12%. Survey participants ranged from ages 8 to 85, demonstrating broad, multi-generational support. Community support extends beyond survey responses. Local businesses and organizations sponsor more than 70 free recreational swim opportunities throughout the summer. Significant supporters include LV Raymond Foundation, North Pacific County Teen Advocacy Coalition, Willapa Harbor Health Foundation, all 4 area school districts, Basic Northwest, and Pacific County Health Department. These partners provide financial and in-kind support that helps keep aquatic recreational accessible to our local families. The facility is 500 feet away from the main public transportation stop in town, with service available 27 times per day, connecting both North and South Pacific County and neighboring communities and counties. This project will increase opportunities for physical and social activity while allowing limited city recreation funding to be directed toward the facility needs and future improvements. The project supports long-term sustainability through more efficient operations, fewer mechanical systems, and lower energy maintenance and chemical treatment needs. On-demand activation eliminates continuous pumping and filtration of standing water. Reusing the existing kiddie pool footprint minimizes site disturbance and preserves surrounding green space. Native landscaping, including vine maple and sword ferns, will provide shade, enhance the site, and support local species. Continued sponsorships, grant match donations, and community partnerships reduce the burden on the public resources. The nonprofit pool board has helped raise $21,000 towards the project match and typically contributes $30,000 to $50,000 annually as needed for pool repairs and renovations. An additional $1,000 donation from the Leslie V. and Stella Raymond Foundation is also confirmed. Combined with the city's financial match and donated staff labor, these contributions will meet the required match while saving costs that would otherwise need to be contracted. In conclusion, Raymond is a rural, lower-income community with limited access to safe and affordable recreational facilities. Yet public support for this facility is very extensive. The project directly addresses documented needs for safety, accessibility, affordability, and long-term sustainability. With this help of this grant, we hope to provide a safe, centralized, and inclusive recreational opportunity for residents and visitors for many years to come. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Tia. All right, questions from the committee? Anne, go ahead.
Tell me a little bit more about the donated staff labor. How is that working?
Yeah, so this is actually only my 3rd grant that I've applied for. And I quickly realized that we wind up helping a lot with different grant projects, and we don't include that in the donated labor. So in the grant match, instead of a dollar amount, we can use staff time and equipment or hours and to reduce that match total that comes out of the budget. So essentially we can demo and clear the kiddie pool, remove any plumbing that's in the way that has to be prepped for the area for the development of the splash pad. So we're able to do all that work on our own, as well as finish off the asphalt parking area. The current parking area used to be a field, and our staff was able to create a parking area with gravel, just by using the equipment and time that we had. And the gravel parking lot, actually, the gravel was donated a couple years ago. So it would be a delight to have a paved section that has the nice smooth ADA spaces that connect to the current sidewalks, although they'll all be redone, and our staff can do that.
So it's work that the city is doing in the project.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not like the employees are donating their time.
No, but they actually do a lot. But no, I'm including the hours on the clock.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, good question. Thank you. All right. Anything else you committee needs to clarify or got questions about? Okay, not seeing any other hands. So I think you covered it all. Thanks, Tia.
Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good rest of your day.
You as well.
All right. Bye. Okay, let's see. I think we have a break. What time is it? A little ahead of schedule. When are we going to come back? 11:10. We could see if Pierce County could hop on a little early. You want to do that? Come back at 11. Whoops. When are we going to start? 11:10. Come back in about 12 minutes at 11. Be a little ahead of schedule. Does that work for folks? And we'll reach out in the meantime to Pierce County, see if they can hop on. Okay, great. Thanks. See you in a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Tiffany is here from Pierce County. Hello, Tiffany. Thanks for jumping on early. All right, Tiffany, can you hear me okay? Hello. Tiffany, can you hear me? Is the audio working? I can see you. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me okay? You're muted. There we go. Can you hear me now, Tiffany? We shall see. Tiffany, are you hearing me okay? Is everyone else hearing me? Yeah. Tiffany, can you see your PowerPoint? Can you hear what's going on? Oh, I cannot hear you yet. Maybe it's something with your microphone setting.
Okay, how about now?
Hey, there we go.
Okay, sorry about that.
Hey, no worries. That happens. Okay. Can you see your PowerPoint okay?
I can.
Great. And I can advance the slides or pass control to you, whatever your preference is.
Let's see. If you can advance the slides, that would be great.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just say next when you're ready, and I can do that. And I think we're all here, ready to go. So you have 12 minutes and start whenever you'd like.
All right. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tiffany Odell. I'm the planning supervisor for Pierce County Parks. Thank you for the opportunity to present our grant request of $500,000 to develop a new universally accessible playground at Gagne Playfield. Next slide. Gagne Playfield is a 13-acre neighborhood park in the unincorporated community of Parkland, just south of Tacoma city limits. Community members established the park in the 1950s and later deeded it to Pierce County. The park is well loved and heavily used, but its facilities are aging. Pierce County is renovating the full site, and this grant will help us build a playground that exceeds accessibility standards and reflects the community's priorities, especially those shared by youth who helped shape the future of this park. Next slide. Gagne serves the neighborhoods between State Route 512 and Military Road on the west side of State Route 7 or Pacific Avenue. Because there are no other parks south of Tacoma city limits, Gagne serves a wider area than most of our neighborhood parks. The park has not received major investment since the 1950s, and the surrounding neighborhood has higher poverty rates, younger residents, more renters, poorer health outcomes, and more households with limited English proficiency than the county as a whole. RCO data suggests that communities of color and immigrant populations rely disproportionately on local recreation providers due to a variety of factors, making Gagne Playfield a particularly important resource for this area. Many park features are worn or outdated, and this project will replace the current playground with an accessible design that offers both traditional and nature-based play. Next slide. The Parkland community is unincorporated, but similar in size and density to Pierce County's mid-sized cities. The county's pros plan demand and needs assessment confirmed that this park is a priority for investment based on its conditions and the location in the community, with one of the lowest rates of parks, trails, and open space countywide. With rapid population growth over the past few decades and plans to continue to densify housing in the area, Gagne needs to be improved now. Gagne has been the place for community celebrations, family gatherings, and athletics for generations in the Parkland community. The park includes some of the oldest park facilities in our system, including a playground, restroom, basketball courts, and ball fields, all of which have fallen into disrepair. Concerns about safety have kept some neighbors from using the park. And upon visiting the site, the project team was actually surprised to find that the site has a beautiful view of Mount Rainier. The conceptual design has taken view corridors into account and oriented site amenities to take in views of the mountain. By renovating Gagne, we're creating a safe and welcoming place for people of all ages and abilities and a space that Parkland residents can be proud of. Next slide. The requested $500,000 grant will provide 50% match for replacement of the existing playground with a universally accessible design that features both traditional and nature play elements. The full park renovation will take place concurrently with 100% of funding from Pierce County. The renovation includes replacing the restroom, adding a park shelter and formal walking paths, replacing the basketball courts, and converting baseball fields to multi-purpose play fields. Next slide. This will be Parkland's first universally accessible playground. The county's larger investment will also add safety and accessibility improvements, such as a walking loop, a raised pedestrian road crossing, and bring the entire site into compliance with ADA. Next slide. A licensed landscape architect prepared the project concept and cost estimate, which our project management team has confirmed. The design is nearly complete and has been submitted for permitting. The estimated cost for the full renovation is $5.74 million. The playground and its surfacing total about $1.05 million. Pierce County expects to begin construction in mid-2027 and complete the full project by mid-2028. Next slide. Community partnerships have been central to this project from the very start. Students at Gates High School created an early concept plan in 2023, surveying classmates and neighbors. We used their work as a starting point. We also conducted a community survey, partnered with the Action Mapping Project to gather youth input, worked with our 1% for Arts team on potential art elements, and partnered with the Parkland Blue Zones team to reach residents with limited English proficiency. Next slide. Pierce County surveyed more than 300 residents online and in person. We mailed notices to every household west of State Route 7 between State Route 512 and Military Road, and hosted in-park surveys on busy summer days. Feedback strongly supported the new playground, and we will build the top 5 amenities identified by the community in the community survey. We also worked with Blue Zones and the Franklin Pierce School District to gather input from elementary, middle, and high school students on preferred playground equipment. Next slide. We've been blessed with strong and passionate community partners for this project. Blue Zones Parkland Spanaway continues to help us pursue funding opportunities. Franklin Pierce School District has welcomed student involvement. Action Mapping Project helped gather youth insights. Forever Green Trails assisted with grant writing and engagement. And the Tacoma Pierce County Health Department and the Parkland Spanaway Rotary offered community outreach and support. Next slide. This project will enhance safety and access to recreation while also supporting sustainability. We'll protect existing mature trees, plant more than 100 new trees to increase shade, and add native pollinator-friendly plants. Although the census block that includes Gagne shows high canopy coverage because it includes the nearby forested areas at Joint Base Lewis McChord, the park actually sits at the boundary of 2 census blocks with low canopy coverage. Protecting existing mature trees and planting new trees will improve shade and comfort for park users. The new walking path will give residents a safe place to exercise in their neighborhood. And Gagne Playfield is also connected to the newly built Parkland Community Trail, which will provide a safe and sustainable way for residents of all abilities to access the park. Next slide. Pierce County is ready to rebuild Gagne Playfield. With a shovel-ready design already in permitting, we request $500,000, about 48% of the funding needed for the new playground, and the county is funding all other park improvements. The Parkland community is ready for a renewed Gagne Playfield. We hope you will join us in bringing it to life. Next slide. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Tiffany. All right, questions from the committee? It looks like this scope is the playground and pathways primarily. So some of the other things here would be future phase. Is that correct?
They will be built concurrently. We're just asking for funding for the playground and pathways.
Okay, gotcha.
We're doing a kind of a more extensive playground design than we typically would, just because of this high needs community. So this is the additional funding will give us the ability to cross that finish line for the community here and build an even better playground.
All right, great. Other questions or things you need clarified? See any hands? Good, you covered all the criteria. Thank you. All right, and you're presenting the next project as well, is that right?
I am.
All right, well, we can move forward to that one. Go. All right, can you see that okay?
I can.
Perfect. Okay, whenever you're ready, go ahead and start.
All right. Well, good morning again. As you know, my name is Tiffany Odell. I'm the planning supervisor for Pierce County Parks. This request is for $500,000 to complete the final phase of outdoor improvements at Meridian Habitat Park. Next slide. Pierce County acquired Meridian Habitat Park in 2006 using Conservation Futures funding with the goal of creating a community park at the center of South Hill. We completed a master plan in 2015, and this project will finish the last phase of what was planned or what was visioned in that master plan. It will be built alongside a separate project to replace the former church building with a new community event center. And this grant will help us complete the accessible walking loop, build an accessible stage and seating area at the amphitheater, and expand the playground with hillside play elements. Next slide. Meridian Habitat Park sits at the center of South Hill, which is one of the fastest growing communities in Pierce County. The gray outline on this map represents South Hill, and you can see Meridian Habitat Park is almost dead center where that blue star is. In the county's pros plan, our demand and needs assessment identified this 36-acre park as an area that provides much needed recreation. The South Hill community has the lowest amount of parks and open space per capita across the county, and residents strongly support finishing this park so that they can hold events, gather, and enjoy more outdoor activities. South Hill has limited places to walk safely because sidewalks are disconnected and many streets end abruptly or carry heavy traffic. Transit options are limited across the community, and this park is the only park located on a transit line, which improves access for all. This park offers respite from the fast-growing urban environment. Next slide. Meridian Habitat Park is located at the center of South Hill, one of the fastest growing communities in Pierce County for the last several decades. If incorporated, South Hill would be one of the largest cities in Pierce County, and the population density is as great or greater than many local cities, making this a very important place for people to access nature and recreational opportunities. Like other urban parks in unincorporated Pierce County, this park has a broader service area than just the community it's located in. Lack of public recreation opportunities surrounding areas when compared to population. South Hill is on a trajectory to continue to be among the fastest growing communities in Pierce County and across the region, making investment in recreational facilities imperative to supporting a sustainable, livable community. Meridian Habitat Park's central location in South Hill provides a green space that anchors the community and brings diverse populations together, strengthening community bonds. Next slide. The requested $500,000 grant will provide more recreational opportunities for community members of all abilities. The new walking path will complete the accessible walking loop that goes around the entire park. The accessibility improvements in the amphitheater will allow greater access to both performers and spectators, and the unique hillside play features will provide fun new recreation opportunities not found elsewhere in the community. This project will be augmented by Pierce County's concurrent replacement of the Community Event Center. This site was actually a church campus previously, and we use the old church building, but it is very much at the end of its useful life. So we're ready for a new community event building that's really built to act as an indoor recreation space. Next slide. These images represent the vision for completing this unique site, including hillside play featuring a zip line and slide, and a walking path that completes the accessible walking loop around the site. These will be the first zip line and hillside slide projects in Pierce County's park system, which will make them a highlight for youth in the community. I can't wait to take my family out to check them out when they're done. Next slide. The proposed project provides unique, highly desirable, accessible features for people of all abilities. The nature playground expansion will allow accessible use of the hillside slide and zip line via a connected walking path. The new overall circulation path or walking loop provides access to the stage and seating area, which will be developed to be accessible. This is an old amphitheater that was developed by the church, so we're really just including accessibility improvements to make it better serve this community. And as I mentioned, the walking loop on the west side will complete the overall walking loop that connects the entire park. These improvements will provide a safe and inviting environment for people to enjoy respite from the surrounding urban community. The park's location along the community's only transit line makes it an ideal location for unique and accessible features and completes the long-awaited park conversion from a church site to a real park for this community. Next slide. Pierce County is requesting $500,000 to match the county's proposed approximately $2.25 million investment in proposed site features, as well as the concurrent project to replace the community event building, which has an estimated cost of over $3 million. Our cost estimate and design concept were developed by a licensed landscape architect and confirmed by our construction project managers. This project proposes construction costs only, as the county is currently resourced to complete design and permitting in 2027, making this project shovel-ready in 2028. Next slide. We worked closely with the South Hill community when the property was acquired in 2006. This was actually very much a community-led acquisition. and again in 2015 when we master planned the site. This final phase fulfills the community's longstanding vision for a central park in a fast-growing area. We've begun early engagement for the project, and in the coming year, we'll expand community outreach as Pierce County updates the South Hill Community Plan. The county is planning extensive efforts to reach community to update the local community plan and plan for potential incorporation of the area. While this topic is controversial, it is also likely to drive greater community participation. And as people vision the future of their community overall, planning for the future of the park will be an opportunity to not just inform park improvements, but future programming that speaks to the people that live here. Next slide. We have the opportunity to work closely with the community at planned events. We'll target community events, especially recreation events that take place in the park and other well-attended events in South Hill and nearby communities. This outreach will allow residents to weigh in on project design features and ultimately shape the details of the final improvements to the park. As part of this effort, we hope to work closely with students at local schools to gather their input about the park and its expansion. We'll use their feedback to provide a local feel to the proposed play features, provide ideas about how to program the new spaces, and increase awareness of the amenities and programming offered at the park to ensure this space is embraced by all generations of park users. Next slide. This project is strongly supported by our partners, including the Puyallup School District, who will provide opportunities for youth engagement, the South Hill Rotary, helping us reach residents and supporting improvements, Forever Green Trails, supporting grant writing and fundraising, and other Pierce County departments, ensuring a coordinated effort to gather community feedback on multiple projects happening across South Hill. Next slide. This project also advances county sustainability goals by using locally sourced materials, planting native species, including pollinator-friendly plants, and increasing and protecting existing tree canopy. The park's location on the community's only transit line allows opportunities for safe and sustainable transportation methods for residents to reach the park. Meridian Habitat Park offers a mix of natural spaces and areas for community gatherings, providing a vibrant space with something for everyone. Next slide. Pierce County is ready to finish Meridian Habitat Park, and the residents are ready too. We'll complete design and permitting in 2027, and our $500,000 request will cover about 22% of the funding needed for this phase, with Pierce County providing the remainder. Next slide. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Tiffany. All right, questions on Meridian Park. Seeing none, I know you walked through all the criteria nicely, so thank you for that. Last call for anything you want clarified or go back and look at.
You guys are going easy on me today, or you're just ready for lunch.
Yeah. Or you just covered it all. So there's no so. All right, well, looks like we're good to go. Thank you again very much for jumping on a little early. And yeah, have a good rest of your day.
You too. Thanks so much. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. All right, lunch break. Before you go real quick, I want to let you know that we were able to link the letters of support on that SQUIM project. Jeff and others, if you want to go back and look at that. Thanks to our grants manager for getting that done. You may need to click refresh in the web browser or just log out, log back in, and then they will display for you so you can look at those. And We are back. Let's see. It's a little earlier today. Well, we're leaving a little earlier too. 12:50. Yeah, 12:54. So hop back on just a few minutes before that, and we will carry on. Thanks, everyone.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody. We had a nice lunch break. All right. Let's see. First up is Grays Harbor, and I think Alyssa is here to make this way to present. And maybe Luke as well.
Hi, Corey. Yeah, I'll be presenting for the Port of Grace Harbor today.
Okay, great. Pull up your presentation. Sure it's on the right screen here. Can you see that okay?
I can.
Okay, good. And I can advance the slides or pass you control, whatever your preference is.
Go ahead and pass the control if you don't mind.
Okay. There we go. Go ahead and click on the screen to activate that for you.
Perfect.
Yep. All right. Whenever you're ready, you got 12 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luke Donaldson. I'm project engineer for the Port of Grace Harbor. I'm responsible for management of capital projects on port properties, including Sterling Landing, and I'm here today to present our development project for renovating public access facilities at Sterling Landing. This map, just to start us off, shows our regional location, shows our project location in proximity to the rest of the state. Sterling Landing's a public park located in Grace Harbor County, just outside the cities of Montesano and and Aberdeen. About an hour from the Pacific coast, it's also close to the scenic Olympic Peninsula Loop along Highway 101. Sterling Landing's also centrally located between Portland and Seattle and is a common tourist destination for many of our local but also non-resident visitors traveling to our nearby beaches and the Olympic Peninsula. This site location map shows the property's proximity to the city of Montesano, the Wainechi River, and the road access to the facility. Sterling Landing offers over 28 acres of access to public lands on the Wainechi River and two large ponds with riparian areas bordering the ponds and the river throughout the property. This site has river access for fishing and swimming, as well as other water sports, over half a mile of walking trail, and ample parking, which will be shown on a site plan later in the presentation. Just to give a quick and brief overview of the history of the site, Sterling Landing, on the past management of Sterling Landing, prior to becoming a park, the property was used for gravel extraction, and in 1988, the property was donated to Trout Unlimited. Starting in the 1990s, it was developed into a recreational facility that could be used by all, and where people could access recreational lands in the beauty of Western Washington. And in 2014, the nonprofit owner of Sterling Landing chose the Port of Grace Harbor to take over the long-term management and operation of the property, as well as the nearby Friends Landing facility. And the port's vision of providing public access to our waterfront and promoting tourism for the region was a perfect fit to manage this unique waterfront asset. And then in 2016, the port was granted an easement through the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife's land, their parcel, to formalize access to Sterling Landing off of Devonshire Road. Over the past several years, the port has maintained the site regularly by grading the parking lot and removing waste debris as funding allows. Sterling Landing is a fairly unique property in that it provides much needed access to the Wainechi River, while also offering the Grace Harbor community, Washington State residents, and other visitors a variety of outdoor recreation amenities. Our public part is conveniently located near the cities of Montesano and Aberdeen, as well as Highway 12. The local value is critical to improving mental and physical health, as well as connecting people with the environment and attracting visitors that will ultimately benefit the local economy. And the high user demand occurs during the renowned winter run of steelhead on the Wainuchi River as one of the only public bank fishing spots on that river. However, the property is also frequently used in summer for swimming and other water sports. Here's a nearby public lands map showing the vicinity of Sterling Landing. Most are dedicated to habitat conservation or do not have extensive or consistent public use, which leaves a gap in services for parks with water access. For example, the nearby Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife South Montesano boat ramp on the Chehalis River, and it's closed currently due to further notice due to local flooding. And this gap is especially important in Grace Harbor County, where the median household income is 30 to 35% lower than the state average, which leads residents to want to recreate more locally. The need for this project was identified in a 2022 user survey and prioritized in the port's recreation lands and facilities plan. In our survey, the port asked the community what they would like to see improved, and the survey indicated that the greatest public interest was in improving existing facilities, but in particular, trail development, followed by public restrooms and nature viewing areas. Addressing these local priorities further, most of those participants who completed the survey are local to the Central County area, which is shown on the left in the graph. Therefore, it's important to Sterling Landing remains open throughout the year and offers locals continuous and dependable recreational access. And to emphasize the uses offered at Sterling Landing, looking to the graph on the right shows the diversity of activities and needs for different user groups. And additionally, the site is accessible for handicapped and disabled community members. This is the site plan I had mentioned previously. This slide shows the full project scope across Sterling Landing for this project. The improvements focus on formalizing the existing public use areas rather than expanding the developed footprint. The proposed work includes parking area improvements, trail resurfacing, riparian protection, controlled vehicle access, as well as other improvements. And these directly address public feedback on needed improvements and supporting safer access to the Wainuchi River and the surrounding natural areas. The site has existing built features, including a gravel parking lot, a road gate, and primitive walking loop trails, as well as a river access road. These include the river, the ponds, and the riparian areas. The trail itself will be resurfaced as part of this project and the parking lot regraded. Fencing around the parking lot perimeter would be installed to protect riparian areas from disturbance. And then bollards and signage will be placed at trailheads to encourage pedestrian usage only of the trails for user safety. Other additions include security lighting along with associated electrical work, adding a new service connection, and overall these renovations are reflecting those priorities expressed by users. This is the final project scope slide. It highlights some of the physical improvements of the project. An example of some split rail wood fencing, which would be used to protect riparian areas. One of the existing natural conditions of the trail looping one of the ponds on site. And again, this is meant to preserve the natural character of the site while making the site more accessible, more durable, and easier to maintain. By preventing unauthorized vehicle access at trailheads while also installing a road gate to maintain after-hours access and improving public safety. The design intent is to meet the needs of the port identified through the community feedback and existing site conditions. The site's largely undeveloped and a primitive waterfront recreation site, so rather than expanding the development, the port's proposing improving the existing facility footprint to preserve that natural setting of Sterling Landing and to reduce environmental disturbance. The design formalizes the existing use, but also addresses the current constraints on public safety and usability. Lastly, this project design fulfills the management goals by improving accessibility at trailheads for users of all abilities. The total estimated project cost is $418,000. The largest cost categories include architectural, engineering, environmental work, the site preparation needed, and power utility and security lighting installation, as well as cultural resources and permitting. The budget reflects the full range of design, permitting, and construction phase components needed to make the site safer and more functional, and most importantly, more sustainable to manage. Because design, permitting, and cultural resource work are included, we anticipate beginning pre-construction work in late 2027 after pending award before site work would be completed in the summer of 2028. So the project's ready to move seamlessly into construction at that point. As mentioned previously, in 2022, the Port completed a formal community survey in our 2022 Recreation Lands and Facilities Plan. We received feedback from 131 users, and this influenced our decision to apply for this grant. The Port also receives informal feedback through online reviews, like those shown on the next slide, and then phone calls, emails, and in-person discussions. Most notably in 2024, there's been a couple recent public safety incidents where the Port had to temporarily close the facility. So it's been a big focus to develop a plan to address the safety impacts. And we've been working really closely with the County Sheriff's Department, WDFW, and the public users. While it was closed temporarily, while the site's reopened now, we had several residents and non-residents reach out with concerns about making sure this area is kept open to the public, and that has influenced this project proposal. Here are shown some of those public reviews. Community feedback has consistently shown the value of Sterling Landing as a local river access site. Public comments describe it as a favorite place for swimming, fishing, and family recreation, while also identifying practical needs such as restroom service, portable restroom service, trash collection, and continued cleanup on site. And that feedback's helped shape the priorities of this project. We want to make sure it's kept as a multi-use site, and we've also had informal outreach with users, especially fishermen who use this site quite frequently and have helped guide feedback. Sterling Landing's benefited from several local and regional partnerships, including those with Grace Harbor County, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, Washington RCO, local foundations like the Grace Harbor Community Foundation and Kelsey Foundation. And in addition, we've also strengthened our partnerships and received several letters of support from these private partners and supporters. And the general consensus between all partners and donors is helping improve the site through communication and long-term stewardship to preserve the natural setting of Sterling Landing. Sustainability for this project means protecting the natural resources that identify Sterling Landing as a natural open site where public recreation can be had. And the Port it owns and maintains the property, and the project design it specifically helps reduce disturbance by protecting riparian areas from off-road vehicle use and unmanaged use. It also helps improve public safety while continuing access to boating, pedestrian, and legal vehicle access. By investing in existing public land, the project supports outdoor recreation, local quality of life, and economic activity tied to visitors who come to the area for walking and recreating, enjoying the water access, and performing activities like fishing and boating. This project is cost efficient because it improves land already owned by the port. So there's no land acquisition expense. The scope focuses on improving the existing public use footprint rather than creating a new facility. And then the proposed fencing and other site improvements will also reduce recurring damage and maintenance needs over time while protecting both the public investment and the natural resources that recreational users value. Thank you again for allowing me to present this project to the board and the port's Sterling Landing Public Access Renovation Project. I'm open to any questions you may have.
Yeah, thank you, Luke. Appreciate that. Any questions from the committee? Mary.
Thank you. Thanks, Luke. Yeah, that was a good presentation. I did have a question, maybe I missed it, but do you have any educational opportunities that you'll be exploring when you get the trails put in, and a little bit more about the riparian zone and the wetlands?
Yeah, it wasn't included in the project scope to add a kiosk or an outreach booth or
Okay.
informational signage like that. More of appropriate usage signage
Okay.
in terms of that. However, it could easily be added as a provision to install a small kiosk at the trailheads.
Okay, just curious. Being a biologist, it's kind of
Yeah,
a great opportunity there. So
I
thank
agree.
you, Luke.
Thanks. Other questions or anything you want to clarify? Luke, you mentioned the swimming access, and I was just curious, do folks swim in the pond, or is it the river that they're going to?
Primarily swimming on the river and mostly non-motorized water activities like kayaking and canoeing on the ponds.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Is it a slow moving section, like opportunity for just a nice float folks put in there?
Yeah, like drift boats primarily are on the river. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, or tubes and
yeah, tubing as well.
Yeah, cool. David, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Luke. Just trying to rack my brain, but it seems like maybe the scope has changed a little bit from your technical review. Did you add some of the trail work into this? And it seemed like there's a much more bigger focus on the restroom when you did technical review. I'm kind of curious if something's changed during this period.
I don't believe any major changes to scope have been included. I believe we've always included the trail resurfacing. We do have that portable restroom installation, which isn't portable restrooms themselves aren't eligible to be funded through the grant. So that's kind of why I didn't emphasize that as much. But the pad for the restroom and the trash receptacle that we're going to be putting in, that'll be eligible for funding. But that's primarily why I didn't emphasize it.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any final questions from the committee? Well, looks like we're good to go. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Alyssa.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Have a good day.
All right. Looks like we're heading over to Chelan. And Mike is here to present, I believe.
Yes, I am, Carl. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Greetings.
Great.
Welcome.
Yeah, hey, I want to advance my camera doesn't work, but I am here, and I didn't want to take my laptop over to IT. I wasn't sure when I'd get it back.
Gotcha. Understood. Well, our little link didn't work. Hold on, give me a minute to find another way to PowerPoint. Okay. Let's go here. All right. Hang on one second. Okay, local parks, August 19. This is all right, there we go. Found it. All right, is that better? Can you see that?
Yeah, I sure can.
All right, great. And you want me to advance the slides for you or pass controls over?
Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, yeah, since you didn't have your laptop with you. That might be easier. Okay. All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead and just say next and I'll advance the slides.
Great. Thanks, Carl. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mike Caputa. I'm the director of the Chelan County Natural Resources Department, and I'm very excited to be presenting the Malaga Waterfront Park Phase 1 development project. Next slide. Malaga Waterfront Park is a 26-acre shoreline park on the Columbia River and a keystone feature in a growing area. The park provides amenities and programming desired by the community, including water access, family activities, and trails. The site is currently undeveloped. Next slide. Malaga is located in Chelan County, east of the Cascades and south of the city of Wenatchee along the Columbia River. Next slide. The park site is centrally located within Malaga. The site is within the boundaries of the pending Malaga Urban Growth Area, outlined here in red, and the Malaga Tax Increment Area, or TIA, outlined in blue. Next slide. The Malaga TIA was recently established and reinvests new construction property tax within Malaga. The TIA project list includes $5 million for the park and $13 million for associated infrastructure. Next slide. Related projects include a BNSF railroad crossing improvement and an access road to benefit the park and neighboring properties. Next slide. Criteria 1, need local priorities. Multiple local plans support a waterfront park in Malaga, including the Chelan County Shoreline Master Program Public Access Plan, the Chelan County Parks Recreation and Open Space Plan, the Malaga Vision Plan, and the Chelan County Multimodal Pathways Plan. Next slide. The Shoreline Public Access Plan identifies opportunities and gaps in shoreline public access countywide. The county established 2 primary level of service standards in the Shoreline Public Access Plan. First, more than 90% of the resident population would be within 15 miles of regional facilities. Second, more than 50% of resident population would be within 1.5 miles of local and community shoreline parks and trails. Malaga is identified as the highest priority need for shoreline public access in Chelan County. Next slide. Here you can see for a handful of county census divisions, including the Malaga CCD, the distances of residences from parks according to the level of service standards. Next slide. There is demonstrated need for a waterfront park in Malaga. Despite Malaga's location on the Columbia River, there are 0 acres of shoreline parks, 0 acres of shoreline trails, and 0 boating facilities that meet the adopted level of service standards. Next slide. The PROS plan includes the Shoreline Public Access Plan and level of service standards. The Pros Plan notes that Chelan County has a lower than average ratio of developed park acres to county population. Next slide. The Malaga Vision Plan was completed by the Malaga-Calacum Community Council in 2006 and includes a goal to secure public access to the Columbia River. Next slide. The Chelan County Multimodal Pathways Plan recommends a Malaga extension to the Apple Capitol Loop Trail. This pathway was recently identified by the U.S. Department of Transportation BUILD program as a project of merit. Next slide. Criteria 2, project scope. The park site is relatively flat with over 3,000 feet of park shoreline. A highway turn parking and acceleration lane will be developed for park access across the BNSF railway tracks, and an access road leads to the park. Note the circled rock feature in the river. I'll tell you about that rock later. Next slide. Looking downriver, the full view of the property demonstrates its ability to accommodate the intended uses, including boating, swimming, scenic vistas, family activities, play areas, picnicking, group activities, and trails. Next slide. Looking upriver, you can see the Phase 1 development area in the middle, which includes the upland park features and the nearby Phase 2 water access features. Next slide. Here in the lower right, you can see what we call the heart of the park, the play and group activity areas adjoining the swim beach. Next slide. The park master plan lays out the heart of the park features, including family activities, water access, trails, a comfort station, and parking. Next slide. More specifically, here are the park features included in our grant application: the play area, a picnic shelter, trails, comfort station, and parking. Next slide. The play area will include accessible and inclusive play features. We are working with play equipment providers and designers to ensure that we meet not only basic ADA standards, but also provide barrier-free access to a broad range of abilities. Next slide. Criteria 5, project design, fit. The park includes 3 major water access features. We completed flow and bathymetric analysis to determine suitability and placement of these features. We separated uses such as motorized boating from the swim and hand launch areas and placed the upland park features near the non-motorized water uses. Next slide. Family activities are centrally located to nearby parking and a comfort station. Favorable site topography supports accessibility. Note the water access pathway providing entry to the swim area. Next slide. The heart of the park includes parking close to the group activity area, play area, comfort station, and swim area. Lines of sight provide security and easy communication in this area. Next slide. Native and xeric plants feature prominently in the park. Shade sails will protect play features, and play features will have sun protection built in, as shown. Next slide. The play area itself will be designed and sourced with accessible and inclusive features. Next slide. The multimodal pathway will provide access to the park, and internal trails connect users to the various activity areas. Next slide. Criteria 6, project design, budget. The Phase 1 budget includes $3.82 million in improvements itemized here. The comfort station is included under buildings and structures, and the picnic shelter is included under general site improvements. Our design team includes Pacific Engineering and J.A. Brennan and Associates, who have extensive local park design and construction experience and provided these cost estimates. Next slide. We will complete Phase 1 in design in 2027, begin construction in 2028, and open Phase 1 in fall 2029. Phase 2 water access features and full park opening will occur in fall 2030. Next slide. Criteria 7, project engagement methods. Park design has been informed by a robust community engagement strategy, including community workshops, surveys, mailers, and site tours. Next slide. We asked the community, what do you want in your parks? Playgrounds and water access rose to the top. Next slide. Surveys helped tease out park preferences. Next slide. We asked questions in multiple ways, engaged both white and Hispanic residents to understand cultural differences. Next slide. The rock I mentioned earlier is known locally as Goose Rock. According to local Colville tribal legend, however, it is the head of Spexman, a river monster that resides in the Columbia River. We will be working with the Colvilles to incorporate Spexman into park features. Next slide. Criteria 8, project engagement, community. The park reflects priorities across white, Hispanic, and tribal cultures to provide water access, family activities, active recreation, and interpretive features. Next slide. Criteria 9, project engagement, partnerships. The all-volunteer community council hosts engagement events, technical meetings, and in general, shows up whenever they're needed. Chelan County has contributed significant time and funding to all park development phases. Chelan County Public Utility District has provided financial and staff support from their parks and engineering departments. Microsoft is donating water rights for the parks. And of course, RCO has provided funding for the land acquisitions the last 2 WWRP rounds. Next slide. Chelan County and PUD and the Community Council play active lead roles in the development of Malaga Waterfront Park. Next slide. The Chelan-Douglas Transportation Council has completed 10% design of the Malaga Pathway extension. The Federal Railroad Administration will provide $1.5 million to upgrade the railroad crossing. Next slide. And the Malaga TIA provides substantial support for the park. Next slide. Criteria 10, sustainability. Shoreline restoration will improve habitat and water quality. Other project elements include native plantings and sustainable and recycled building materials. Irrigation water will be delivered using a variable frequency pump, as an example, only using energy and water as needed rather than a constant flow. Next slide. Play equipment will be state-of-the-art barrier-free access. The pathway extension and internal circulation plan allow for multiple ways to access the park in addition to vehicle travel, promoting accessibility, fitness, and community. Next slide. The economic contribution of a park in a developing urban growth area and TIA will be realized through quality of life and economic revitalization. Next slide. Criteria 11, cost efficiencies. Chelan County has contributed significantly to the project. Chelan County PUD, using ratepayer funds, has contributed close to $240,000 and will partner financially with the county on final design. Microsoft has donated water rights to the project with an estimated value of $100,000. And of course, the Community Council donates in-kind services and time. We also expect and have had initial discussions with multiple private companies who are expected to contribute to construction of the project as well. Next slide. And so with that, thank you. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you, Mike. All right, questions for Malaga Phase 1? David, go ahead.
Hey, Mike, howdy to you. Thanks for that. Hey, all the other parks along the Columbia River are, I believe, maintained either by the state parks or the PUD. This is kind of a new thing for Chelan County. You didn't talk about the ongoing maintenance, what happens when all these improvements are done. I imagine there's a plan. I'd like to hear what that is.
Yeah, there sure is. That'll be a partnership between Chelan County and Chelan County PUD. The PUD is likely going to be the operator of the park, and it may be similar to, like in this case, the county owns the park, and then we have an operating agreement with the PUD, and we're working on that now.
Great, thank you. Other questions or clarifications the committee might need? Mike, I think the phase one is this central rendering here you're showing, and that boat launch is not part of this, right? You might apply for BFP maybe this fall or something.
Yeah, that's correct. We'll be looking at other funding sources for that, and also the hand launch area that is farther downriver on the other side of the swimming area.
Okay. Great. So this grant would be for this core
correct
beach, playground, parking. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and the in-water work is on a longer permitting timeline, and that's one reason that it's phased the way it is.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Anything else? Don't see any hands. I think you covered it all. Walked through the criteria. Appreciate that.
Great. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate your time, and thanks for your service on the committee.
All right. Have a good afternoon, Mike.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, next up, Shoreline. And looks like Nicholas is here.
Right here.
Hello. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Let me find your PowerPoint. Hopefully this one will launch okay for us. All right, there we go. And I can advance the slides or pass you control, whatever your preference is.
Go ahead.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, I'll just ask you. That sounds good.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds great. I think we're ready. Go right ahead.
Perfect. All right. So my name's Nick Bohr. I'm the Parks Fleet Facilities Manager for the City of Shoreline, and I'm presenting the development project at Paramount School Park Playground renovation. Next slide. Paramount School Park is located in Shoreline, the city in the northwest corner of King County, with a population of roughly 66,000 people. Shoreline is located just north of the city of Seattle and borders Snohomish County to the north. Lake Forest Park is to the east, and the Puget Sound is to the west, with Interstate 5 dissecting the city from the north to south. Next slide. The park is located in the Ridgecrest neighborhood, which is in the southeast corner of the city, just east of Interstate 5, and it's indicated by the red dot on the map. Next slide. Here's an overhead photo of the neighborhood. This park is a cross between a neighborhood park and a community park, serving many members of the community and surrounding neighborhood with unique recreation opportunities. The City of Shoreline manages the Paramount School Park by a joint use agreement with the Shoreline School District. This site was a former elementary school by the same name, which was closed in 1981. King County managed the park before the City of Shoreline took over stewardship of all the parks in Shoreline in 1997. This project will replace aging play infrastructure equipment and with more inclusive and accessible play equipment, remove physical barriers and add to accessible walkway to the swing area, mitigate drainage issues within the project area, and bring all components of the playground equipment, which were installed at different times, to the same replacement schedule to provide for more cohesive design. Additionally, this project aligns with the city's Parks Facilities ADA transition plan, which we just adopted earlier late in 2025, which is with the goal of increasing accessibility to all parks. Next slide. Shoreline is currently undergoing unprecedented and transformative levels of development with the 2024 opening of the 2 new Sound Transit light rail stations. The Shoreline South, the 148th station, is an area has been rezoned for higher density transit-oriented development. This growth center is the potential capacity to add up to 20,000 housing units in the immediate vicinity. In addition, the city has recently enacted inclusionary zoning requirements, anticipates nearly 20% of these units being affordable. This anticipated growing highlights the need for accessible green space and outdoor recreation opportunities. Paramount School Park is 6 blocks from the station and directly adjacent to the denser mixed-use zoning areas. Next slide. This chart demonstrates the gaps in access to parks and outdoor recreation spaces for shoreline residents. The NRPA suggests 6.25 to 10.5 acres of developed open space per 1,000 residents. Ridgecrest is the 5th fewest acres per resident, with 4.4 acres of open space per every 1,000 residents, which is below the city's average of 7.7 acres per 1,000 residents. U.S. Census estimates indicate the city's population has increased 13.6% from 2020 to 2025. Next slide. Shoreline has 42 public parks with 412 acres of open space, trails, and community facilities, including 38 owned by the city and 4 others operated through formal interagency agreements. Other nearby recreation opportunities in the area include Paramount Open Space, which is a 1/4 mile to the southeast with a natural area and nature trails. Twin Pond Parks to the west with open space, nature trails, a sports field, tennis court, community garden, and play area. But please note, Twin Ponds, although it's a 1/2 mile away from Paramount School Park, is on the west side of Interstate 5, which is a significant barrier for access. Ridgecrest Park was 0.8 miles to the northeast with a play area, dog off leash area, and loop trail and handball court. And then Northcrest Park is 8 miles to the north with nature trails and a small play area. Next slide. This slide focuses on the population within the census tract of the project outlined in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. According to 2024 population data from Office of Financial Management, the population of this tract is 4,643, including 913 children under the age of 18, and demographic for this tract is also included as well. Next slide. Ridgecrest Elementary is a public elementary school serving the Ridgecrest neighborhood. It's located 0.7 miles to the north of the park. During the 25-26 school year, 413 students were enrolled at Ridgecrest Elementary. While overall community demographics show a majority of white community, the younger generation is more multicultural, with 56.7% of students at Ridgecrest Elementary identifying as a race or ethnicity other than white. 17.9% of the students are English language learners, and 36.8% are low income. Additionally, 16% of those students identified as having a disability, and 9.2% had 504 plans. Next slide. As indicated earlier in the proposal, the project will fund the renovation of 2 play areas and a swing set at the park. Here you see an aerial photo of Paramount School Park showing the general layout and many features included. These include 2 softball/baseball fields, a reservable picnic shelter, 9 picnic tables and dedicated picnic areas scattered throughout the park, a restroom building, the city's only skate park, and roughly a 1/2 mile of ADA accessible paved trail with various benches along the route. Next slide. Specific play area amenities include the playground and swing set. The playground features designed for the 2 to 5-year-olds was installed in 2004, and the features designed for the 5 to 12-year-olds was last replaced in 2012, along with the addition of a swing set. During the 2012 replacement process, the city was unable to replace the 2 to 5 play area due to funding shortfalls. Replacing at this time will remove existing barriers, correct design shortcomings, and reset all play area features on a consistent, cohesive replacement schedule. One thing to note in the photo on the lower right is the fence and footing wall that separates the 2 to 5 and 5 to 12 equipment into 2 different areas. This project will correct this shortfall. Next slide. Here's a rendering of a potential future design. Based on service requests and staff observation, the playground at Paramount School Park is one of the most heavily used in the city. This park is located in a dense neighborhood community that is expected to grow in population in the next 5 to 10 years. The project will prioritize accessible features, fostering inclusion, and ensuring outdoor recreation is local and accessible. Next slide. This potential concept offers improved accessibility by incorporating 16 accessible ground level activities, 22 accessible elevated activities, the installation of an accessible basket seat swing, and replacing engineered fiber with surface and replacing the engineered wood fiber surface with play turf. If awarded, the city estimates completion of the development activities, and with the play area opening to the public in December of 2028. Next slide. The park itself is highly accessible with 9 existing ADA parking spots, 6 near the playground and 3 near the skate park in the northeast end of the park. The flat paved loop path around the park and open space provides ample opportunities for space for outdoor recreation. Key changes to the existing fencing and footing walls in and around the play area will remove barriers. And please note the accessible pathway to the swing area. Next slide. Project features the inclusion of multiple benches within the project area, offering a place for caretakers and visitors alike to build community, engage with neighbors. Next slide. The existing paved pathway along the perimeter of the project area presents challenges. The area to the east of the main play area is low and holds water during the winter, making passage difficult. This project will raise the pathway as much as 12 to 24 inches to mitigate the drainage issue. Next slide. Project budget. So the slide provides an overview of the project budget. The estimated development cost is roughly $946,000 with an RCO request for $473,000. Cost estimates were determined by partnering with an experienced contractor, Northwest Playground Equipment Incorporated, and include cultural resources, permitting, project management, and development costs for the features identified. This RCO grant is awarded. Once under contract, the city will move forward with outreach and permitting process, and with the project becoming construction ready in early to mid 2028. This project is identified in the city shorelines 25 to 2030 capital improvement plan and is part of the play area replacement area program. This project also aligns with the city's newly developed strategic asset management plan. Next slide. Engagement. So the city parks and recreation and open space / public art plan guides our engagement efforts. The public engagement for development of this plan reached out about 3,600 shoreline residents through a variety of equity-based outreach opportunities. These opportunities include constituent conversations, interviews, intercept events, focus groups, an online survey, interactive map, and open houses in the community. Next slide. As indicated in the vision for this project is to renovate the play area at Paramount School Park. In support of this project, the city will add the project to its website, hold community meetings, target key stakeholders and community groups, invite public comment on draft designs, and focus on diversity and inclusion throughout the process. Next slide. Project engagement and partnerships. So the city holds several community partnerships that support improvements at Paramount School Park. In 2025, the Green Seattle Shoreline Partnership and Planting for a Better Tomorrow organizations partnered to plant 80 new trees in this park. The Shoreline Parks Recreation Cultural Service / Tree Board has expressed support for this project. The city will conduct community outreach in neighborhoods within a 1-mile radius of the project area and will reach out to Ridgecrest Neighborhood Association, an active neighborhood association, to partner in support of this project. Next slide. Sustainability. Synthetic turf is the preferred surface to reduce maintenance and maximize longevity. Drainage improvements pointed out earlier will include grade adjustments, mitigating ponding by raising the paved path and allow for sheet flow into the adjacent turf area. This method will avoid trenching, piping to the storm system, thus reducing impacts. Next slide. The city is receiving a 10% discount from Northwest Playground on the grant playground equipment, which is reflected in our application. By raising the paved pathway, the city will address an on-site drainage issue while avoiding much larger intrusive project, with the alternative being trenching and piping to existing underground utilities, and that will be significantly more costly. And with that, next slide. I appreciate the opportunity to present and your consideration of our proposal. Any questions?
Great, thank you, Nick. David, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Perhaps if you could go back to the beginning of one of the slides that showed the context of this park to the light rail station. and future housing.
Yep.
Yeah, this one's pretty good. So on the east side of I-5, so none of these other new housing developments and stuff. There's no community city park within any of that area. So Paramount School Park or the open space is the only stuff on that side.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought I saw. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Ann. Oh, you're muted. Ann, you're muted. Sorry.
Sorry. Can you talk about the accessibility of the artificial turf, maybe compared to port in place materials?
Yeah, so I can. They're both. I'd say they're both equally accessible. Artificial turf is the same thing. It's much better than engineered wood fiber. So we're getting away from that kind of in all our parks because it's supposedly accessible if you maintain it, but just like everybody else, we can't get to every park as often as we like, and it's not maintained like we should. Having maintained a ton of parks in Seattle, I see no difference accessibility wise as long as it's installed properly. I think it lasts a little bit longer. Is more wear tolerant than port in place, and it's less dependent on weather when you install it. You install it any time of year. Where port in place, really, you need a good weather window for it to be successful. I think it's just less risky, and I think accessibility is the same.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to know. All right, other questions from the committee? Or anything you need to clarify? All right. Looks like we're good to go. Thank you again, Nick. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me, and thanks for your service on the committee. Appreciate it.
All righty. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Okay, we have arrived a little early at our break. It's 42. Let's take 18 minutes. Come on back at 2. And we'll just be about 5 minutes ahead of schedule. So see you at 2 o'clock. All righty, welcome back. Hey, everybody. Next up, City of Covington, and I believe Ethan is here.
I am here.
All right, welcome.
Hi, everybody.
Here we go. I can advance slides or give you control, whatever your preference is.
Yeah, let's I can manage the slides.
All right. Here you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. Make sure that you can take that. It works for you.
Yeah, that looks good.
Awesome. All right. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Ethan, Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Covington. The project being presented today is titled Jenkins Creek Park Expansion. To start, I'll provide some geographic context. Covington is located in southeast King County and has a population of approximately 22,000. The 5-mile service area surrounding the project site includes approximately 161,000 residents. Next, we'll zoom into an aerial view of Covington. The city limits are outlined in white, and the project site is depicted with a red star. The project seeks funding to acquire 6.51 acres that is undeniably the missing puzzle piece for the park. The acquisition will expand the park to better serve community needs, protect environmentally sensitive areas, and secure a critical segment of the future Jenkins Creek Shared Use Trail. The property has exceptional natural features, including mature forest, Jenkins Creek, and a portion of Spring Pond. Several existing buildings will be demolished and removed as part of this project, allowing the property to be restored and incorporated into the park. We also reached an important milestone this past week. We have a verbal agreement with the sellers on the purchase price and are moving forward with a written purchase and sale agreement. Following approval of a waiver of retroactivity from RCO, we plan to proceed with closing on the property. Evaluation criteria 1, need and local priorities. We start with the city's Parks, Recreation, and Open Space or PROS plan. Through extensive public outreach and community surveys, trails and open spaces emerged as the community's highest priority for outdoor facilities, exactly what this acquisition will help deliver. The project will also support Priority 2, play areas, and Priority 5, picnic facilities, as well as we'll show in upcoming slides. Overall, this acquisition will directly advance 3 of the community's top 5 priorities. The community's strong support for the additional park space is not surprising. Our PROS plan identifies a 120-acre deficit in parkland based on the city's level of service target. This 6.5-acre acquisition will help reduce that deficit while securing a strategically important property, the missing puzzle piece for the park. The PROS plan, which also serves as the Parks and Recreation element of the city's comprehensive plan, establishes the goals and policies that guide how we meet community park needs. As shown on this slide, this acquisition advances 5 PROS plan goals and 21 supporting policies. This strong alignment makes the acquisition a top priority for the city and is why we are seeking WWRP local parks funding for this project over other city park projects. While the primary focus of this acquisition is park expansion, the property will also secure a critical segment of the future Jenkins Creek Trail. The master plan for this trail is shown on this slide. It will connect neighborhoods throughout the city and provide an important regional link between 2 major county trails, the Cedar to Green Trail and the Sioux Creek Trail. Evaluation criteria 2, project scope. Today, the site includes an existing forested riparian area along Jenkins Creek that will be preserved and protected. The remainder of the property was historically used for farming and most recently for 3 residences. Due to their condition, the existing buildings are planned for demolition and removal. Here you can see the target parcel in relation to the current park master plan. The next few slides show preliminary concepts of how the property could be incorporated into the park in the future. The conceptual plan expands the park's network of trails and walking paths shown by the black dashed lines. The widest dashed line represents the Jenkins Creek Trail, a 12-foot paved shared use trail that will connect neighborhoods across the city and link to the county's regional trail network. Additional paths will improve connections within the park, while a new access point from 180th Avenue Southeast will connect the park and trails to the existing sidewalk and bike lane network through an access easement included with the target property. On this slide, shown in yellow, is a new park entrance from the neighborhood to the north using an existing street that terminates at the target parcel. This entrance will provide pedestrian access, a secondary parking area focused on ADA parking, and a drop-off zone. This new entrance will also provide maintenance and emergency vehicle access to this area between Jenkins Creek and Spring Pond, which is currently inaccessible to most vehicles. Shown in green are 2 areas focused on environmental protection and restoration. Along Jenkins Creek, the existing forested riparian area will be preserved and protected, while near Spring Pond, the wetland buffer will be restored and enhanced. And here we have a purple polygon that represents a new play area or playground, one of the community's highest priorities for its park system. And lastly, the orange circles show potential locations for new picnic shelters and tables, supporting community gathering and addressing another of the community's top priorities for its park system. Together, these preliminary concepts demonstrate how this acquisition can address multiple community priorities by expanding park access and amenities, improving connectivity, and protecting and restoring sensitive environmental areas. Evaluation criteria 3, immediacy of threat. When considering this project, it's important to understand the rapid growth that is occurring in this area of King County. Nearby is Lake Point Urban Village. This development, which is under construction, will have over 1,700 residential units and over 1.3 million square feet of commercial space. While this level of development may not sound like a lot for some larger sized cities, for the city the size of Covington, it has a significant impact. The target parcel is zoned for R8 or 8 housing units per acre. The demand for underdeveloped land in the city, such as this parcel, is very high. The property owner of the target parcel has recently become a motivated seller. In 2025, a developer began pursuing plans to build 23 homes on the property. When the city learned that the owner was interested in selling, we began discussions about an alternative in which the city would purchase the property to expand the park. While the city was beginning discussions with the property owner, we learned that another party was also interested in purchasing the site for a new church. Although both the new church proposal and the earlier 23 home development are no longer moving forward, they do demonstrate a strong development interest in this property. The owners are now willing sellers to the city and have provided some flexibility as we secure funding. However, if the city cannot acquire the property soon, it is likely to return to the market for private development. This creates a clear urgency to act. Just this past week, we reached a verbal agreement on the purchase price and are moving forward with a written purchase and sale agreement, and will be seeking a waiver of retroactivity from RCO. Evaluation criteria 4, site suitability. It's worth emphasizing again, this acquisition is truly the missing puzzle piece for the park. The existing park wraps around the target parcel, and acquiring it will create a more cohesive and functional park layout with better external access and improved internal circulation and clearer sight lines to enhance safety. The target parcel has exceptional natural features that will enhance the park experience. Acquiring it will bring all of Spring Pond within the park and protect a portion of Jenkins Creek, which is a salmon-bearing stream. The property also includes mature trees and native Gary oaks, remnants of oak prairie habitat with cultural significance to local tribes. Previously cleared areas also offer opportunities for future play and picnic areas, as well as oak prairie habitat restoration. Other important site benefits include a new entrance and parking area from 183rd Avenue Southeast, which will also improve maintenance and emergency vehicle access. The property will also provide a new pedestrian and bicycle connection from 180th Avenue Southeast, further improving access to the park. Lastly, the property will secure a critical segment of the future Jenkins Creek Trail, providing high-priority shared-use trail connections throughout the city and serving as an important link between 2 major segments of the county's regional trail network. Evaluation criteria 7, project engagement and methods. This project has benefited from community and stakeholder engagement at multiple levels. At a broad level, the project's need and priority were established through the city's PROS plan, which included community surveys, a series of public meetings, and a series of focus groups. Further engagement activities specific to planning Jenkins Creek Park and Trail included public surveys and public meetings. We held information tables in coordination with dozens of community events. We published articles in our recreation guides, and all these activities connected people to our project webpage and email list. The stakeholder engagement process was also robust with individual meetings with over 12 groups, ranging from landowners to groups with environmental or cultural interests to tribe and healthcare partners. Evaluation criteria 8, project engagement and community. The Jenkins Creek Park Master Plan and the Jenkins Creek Trail Master Plan considered 6 main criteria based upon preferences from a community survey and other engagements. These criteria included user experience, safety, environmental impacts, regulatory impacts, costs and funding, and property owner and stakeholder support. The development of a park master plan involved taking feedback from the community and developing 2 design alternatives, which was then shared with the community for final input before the final master plan was adopted. The park master plan was then updated in 2022 following an acquisition at that time. And if we acquire this target parcel, we will complete another park master plan update. The development of Jenkins Creek Trail Master Plan used the aforementioned criteria in a scoring matrix, which is shown on this slide, which included factoring in the community's input from the survey before finalizing the trail alignment. Evaluation criteria 9, project engagement and partnerships. A product of our stakeholder outreach has been the development of working partnerships with other organizations, most notably with Tribes, King County Parks, Kent School District, Multicare, and Green River Coalition. These partners have provided input during planning and design phases, participated in park programs such as Arbor Day events at Jenkins Creek Park, and/or volunteered in park restoration or park improvement activities. Less formal than our partnerships, but noteworthy nonetheless, we have also received letters of support from 11 community groups. There's really just a lot of support for this park in this acquisition project. Evaluation criteria 11, cost efficiencies. There are several measures that we are using to stretch these grant dollars. Our grant request does not include reimbursement for city staff hours or administration. We utilize a real estate consultant that we just pay hourly rather than a real estate agent that works based off an expensive commission. And on an ongoing basis for maintenance and operation, the city has been successful in supplementing our park maintenance team with help from community volunteers. Some of them are in action on this slide. We also partner with Green River Coalition, Green River College, and the Mid-Sound Fisheries in removal of invasive species and environmental restoration work. And that brings us to the end of the presentation. Thank you for your time and consideration of this project.
Great, thank you, Ethan. All right, questions from the committee? Questions or anything you want clarified? You did a nice job walking through all the criteria. So, Mary, go ahead.
Hi. Just for clarification for me, that the grant request is for the purchase of the property, and you'll be seeking additional funding later for the development of the trails and the playground area?
That's correct. Yeah, this would just be
Okay.
for acquisition
Sure.
with a little funding to remove the existing structures and pretty much get it back to a undeveloped parcel. And then we'd probably come back in a future grant round to present a development project.
Okay, thank you for clarification.
Yep.
Yeah, good question. And the demolition is an eligible cost, so that's something they can build into the grant along with any relocation if that's necessary on any given property. All right, anything else? See any hands? All right, looks like you covered it. Thank you, Ethan. Appreciate it.
Sure, thanks. Have a great day, everybody. Appreciate it.
All right, you too. Bye. Okay, next stop, headed down the road to Tacoma Metro Parks. And who's here? Looks like Aaron might be here for Parks Tacoma. Are you presenting this one?
I am, that's right. Good afternoon.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you.
Wapato Park. Let me launch this. There we go. All right, can you see that okay?
I can, thank you.
Excellent. Well, I can advance slides or give you control, whatever your preference is.
I'll take control, Carl. That'd be great.
Okay, cool. There you are. There you go. Click on the screen and make sure that's working.
All right.
Cool. All right. Well, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Great. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Erin Irby, and I am a capital program manager with the Metropolitan Park District of Tacoma, the oldest and largest special purpose park district in Washington State. I'll be presenting about the Wapato Park Playground Improvements Project. The city of Tacoma is located at the southern end of Puget Sound in Pierce County. It's bisected by Interstate 5. This project is in Tacoma's south end neighborhood, east of I-5. This playground improvement project is located in Wapato Park, an 87-acre community park. The playground is located along the shoreline of Wapato Lake, shown here in orange. This is a development project with a total project cost of $1.2 million. We are requesting $500,000 in WWRP local parks grant funding for this project to support active youth recreation. Wapato Park Criteria 1, need local priorities. Wapato Park currently serves over 6,000 residents within a 10-minute walk seen in the lime green zone on the map. Because of the many amenities within the park and its natural and aesthetic qualities, this park has a larger service area that includes South, South End, and East Side neighborhoods in Tacoma. This is the only playground along a shoreline in the South and South End neighborhoods of Tacoma. For neighbors directly east and south of the park, it is the only playground within walking distance. The park is accessible to communities across Tacoma via 3 main bus routes, the 48, 55, and 202. The existing playground at Wapato Park was installed in 1997 and is one of the oldest playgrounds in Parks Tacoma's system. Because of its age, it has visible wear and tear, safety concerns, and does not provide the play value, park amenities, or accessibility that this park and community deserves. While there are other playgrounds in the area, there are none along the shoreline of a body of water. Additionally, nearby playgrounds provide traditional play, not nature-based play, an increasingly popular play style in Tacoma. This location and new nature-based play will offer a unique experience for youth to recreate and play. This area is also shaded and a naturally climate-resilient location for youth to recreate, play, and stay cool during the summer with their families. Parks Tacoma's system and strategic plan informs the improvements at Wapato Park. The Tacoma community prioritizes inclusive playgrounds, interactive play features, tree canopy, and picnic areas. These are all included in this project and distilled into our guiding strategic actions. A specific action from the plan is to increase opportunities for safe, comfortable, and inviting social gathering spaces for connection among people of all ages and abilities. Additionally, the strategic plan calls for a capital program to build inclusive playgrounds to cater to diverse community needs. Both strategic actions are being executed in this playground project. The master plan for Wapato Park also identified the need for this playground project and called for an expansion of the play area and new play structures to accommodate a wider age range. More specifically, the master plan emphasized the need for a new play structure to focus on the needs of preschool-age children. Based on existing data, we know that physical inactivity levels are very high in the area directly surrounding Wapato Park. The darker the color blue, the greater level of physical inactivity. Around Wapato Park, shown in the yellow star, the color is dark blue, which shows a very high level of physical inactivity. Additionally, the service area for Wapato Park is home to a high population of youth when compared with other areas of Tacoma, indicated by the darker pink color. This project will directly support increased youth physical activity and make this part of Wapato Park more inclusive, intergenerational, and accessible. Wapato Park hosts seasonal events and programs that create fluctuations in visitor use specifically for youth. Summer camps like the skate camp hosted by local nonprofit Alchemy Skate are hosted at Wapato Park. Youth programs are also hosted at the park. These programs partner with state agencies and local organizations to host programs such as the fishing derbies. Lastly, Wapato Park's Playground is a summer meals program host where all youth under the age of 18 can access free lunches and activities. All youth programs meet near or at the existing play area. The play area serves as a central asset to the diverse youth programming activities that occur in the summer months and beyond. Criteria 2, project scope. The existing playground area consists of 2 climbing units designed for children between the ages of 5 and 12 years old. In addition, a swing set is located within the play area. The current play area surfacing is engineered wood fiber. The play area is surrounded by a concrete curb. Existing paved paths shown in red connect the playground to accessible parking in the lake loop. The playground is also connected to existing historic features via gravel paths shown in blue. Proposed connections shown in purple will increase accessibility to the play area. The Wapato Park Playground Improvements Project includes renovation and expansion of aging play equipment and surfacing within the existing playground footprint, expansion of the play area boundary, providing enhanced play opportunities and increased active recreational value for youth through early and youth play, new site furnishings, day use amenities, accessibility improvements, and enhanced vegetation around the playground. And the final design will be based on community input and prioritize youth voice in the design process. Criteria 5, project design fit. Proposed improvements to the play area include a reoriented and expanded playground footprint to preserve existing tree canopy in the southeastern edge of the existing play area. In the northeast corner, a new play area would cater to ages 2 to 5 with additional seating and interactive play features. During our initial round of community engagement, we heard that caregivers were concerned about the proximity of play equipment to the water. The design is responsive to the feedback in multiple ways. First, because younger children are at a higher risk for drowning, the early play area for ages 2 to 5 is located furthest from the water. Additionally, caregiver seating is strategically oriented to ensure sightlines are situated with views of the playground and the water's edge. In the 2 to 5-year-old play area, we envision play features to support cognitive, physical, and social development, focused motor play, and fine and gross motor skill development. In the 5 to 12-year-old play area, we envision a range of nature-inspired play features that would invite intergenerational play and movement. Active, elevated, and physical challenge play will promote strength, risk negotiation, problem solving, and confidence. The predominant play surfacing is ADA compliant engineered wood fiber, and we will explore prioritized accessible pathways using synthetic turf or rubber tiles to key play features. To complement the play areas and cultivate a sense of place within the park, interactive play features are rooted in the landscape and ecology of Wapato Lake and the region. In addition, rain-activated pavement design extends the nature theme to the sidewalk, sparking curiosity and cultivating a stronger sense of environmental connection. Criteria 6, project design, budget, and timeline. This project's total cost is $1.2 million. Parks Tacoma's Department of Planning, Design, and Development is responsible for the implementation of the district's capital budget. The department staff of project managers maintain cost data for projects based upon both industry estimates and bid tabulations used to develop project cost projections that is updated regularly based on the current bidding and cost environment. We are requesting $500,000 in WWRP local parks grant funding for this project. Construction expenses total $936,000. Playground development is estimated at $500,000, while general site preparation is estimated at just under $350,000. Installing site furnishings is expected to cost $35,000, and landscaping improvements are estimated to cost a little over $55,000. The expected timeline is to be construction ready by fall 2027. The permitting process for this project is with City of Tacoma's Planning and Development Services. That process includes review and approval prior to final design. Our team is currently working with the City of Tacoma's permitting team to best prepare permitting and any mitigation requirements to fold into the design process and ensure a straightforward permitting process. Criteria 7, project engagement methods. We value meaningful community engagement at Parks Tacoma and develop engagement methods that are appropriate to each project and the surrounding community. Both the master plan and strategic plan utilize methods such as surveys and community meetings to inform the priorities within those plans. 5 community conversations were held for the strategic plan, 2 of which were hosted at elementary schools near Wapato Park and focused on South and South End neighborhood parks. At these in-person meetings, participants were provided dinner and child activities, and participants over the age of 18 received $50 gift cards to help mitigate any barriers that could have prevented their efforts to attend. For the Wapato Park Playground Project, community engagement methods include 2 stages of direct outreach for the initial site development and then playground options. The first stage featured direct and online outreach in July 2026 and focused on initial site development, style, and play features. Engagement methods prioritize youth voice and voting and playground options results. Outreach was hosted at existing Wapato Park youth programming, including summer camps and free summer meals. Outreach occurred via in-person conversations and a translatable online survey. We meet people where they are, whether it is online, at the park, or in their community spaces like schools or libraries. To connect with youth and families that may not engage with traditional bureaucratic processes, in-person outreach occurred at summer camp pickup and the free summer meals program. The majority of respondents lived in the local zip code, reflecting concentrated participation from community members living in South and Central Tacoma. From the first phase of community outreach and engagement in July, we heard that community members would like to have a nature-based theme and prefer wood materials for the play structures. Chosen from a wide variety of play features, community priorities include climbing rocks, slides, and swings, closely followed by towers, net climbers, and spinners, to be incorporated into the final playground design. An additional survey in the fall will help us shape the final play options for Wapato Park. Criteria 9, project engagement and partnerships. Parks Tacoma has initiated conversations with the Puyallup Tribal Language Program Director about the inclusion of tribal language and interpretive signage. Coordination on this effort will continue throughout development. City of Tacoma's mayoral office and city council also support this project. In addition, Tacoma Parks Foundation has committed an $8,000 donation dedicated to Wapato Park improvements in July 2026. Criteria number 10, sustainability. This project aligns with Parks Tacoma's sustainability goals. Recent streetscape improvements along the eastern edge of Wapato Park include shared use trails and support active transportation to access the park and playground. Site amenities such as benches and tables will be sourced from local suppliers to the extent possible and use recycled plastic or sustainable wood products. These strategies help reduce Parks Tacoma greenhouse gas emissions per the goals defined in our Climate Action Plan from 2025. Criteria 11, cost efficiencies. Matching funds for this project are derived from 2014 Parks Tacoma bond funding. This project will reduce operational costs. Additionally, Parks Tacoma has a volunteer park steward program at Wapato Park, which helps to support park beautification and maintenance work. And Tacoma Parks Foundation will provide additional fiscal support for the project. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration of the Wapato Park Playground Improvement Project. Happy to answer any questions along with my colleague Terry Youngman, District-wide Capital Program Manager for Parks Tacoma, who's on the call.
Great, thank you, Erin. Appreciate that. All right, questions from the committee? Anything you want to go back and look at or clarify? You covered it all pretty well. Touched on all the criteria. That's appreciated.
Right.
All right, last call for any clarifications, any questions?
All right. Well, thank you so much. I
Yeah,
appreciate
thank
the
you.
opportunity.
All right. Yeah, thanks for being here. All right. Hi, Kristen. Richfield, thanks for joining a little early.
Hi there. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, sure. Hey, Russell. Orange Corner Playground. Taking a minute. There it goes. All right. All right. You see that okay?
Yeah, I've got it.
Cool. And you want me to do the slides or pass you control?
I can do the slides.
Okay, great. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen and should be able to take that over.
Yep, I've got it.
Perfect. All right, we'll go right ahead.
Jumping around on me. There we go. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present the City of Ridgefield's application for the Horns Corner Inclusive Playground. My name is Kristen Lashua, and I serve as a grant writer for the City of Ridgefield. The city is requesting $500,000 through the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program to support the development of a $1.075 million inclusive playground that will serve families throughout Ridgefield and North Clark County. This project represents a significant investment in creating a recreation space where children of all abilities can play, connect, and participate together. Ridgefield is in Southwest Washington and Clark County, one of the fastest growing areas of the state. Despite this, the county only has 3 truly inclusive design playgrounds, all of which are in Vancouver. Over the past decade, the city has grown from just over 6,000 residents to more than 16,000 residents, a 36% increase in just 6 years. Looking ahead, Clark County is expected to add 100,000 to 300,000 residents by 2050, adding about 25 to 50% to the overall population, and many of those new residents will be settling in Ridgefield and the surrounding communities. Here are the current city limits for Ridgefield. As our community grows, we've continued to strategically invest in parks and recreation opportunities that support a quality of life and create places where residents can connect. That said, we're lacking a playground for all abilities. The location for this project is one of its greatest strengths. The park is located at the intersection of Royal Road and Pioneer Street at the heart of what's become the hub of North Clark County. This area serves residents throughout Ridgefield and surrounding communities because it brings together many of the destinations families use every day. And here's just a sample of what already exists within this hub. Residents come to this area for healthcare services, childcare providers, grocery shopping and commerce, schools, recreation opportunities, and community services. This location matters because an inclusive playground should be a part of everyday life. For families with children with disabilities, accessibility is not only about whether a playground meets standards, it's about whether families can easily access recreation while completing the activities that are already part of their daily routines. And Horns Corner provides that opportunity. This project also directly implements the city's adopted plans and priorities. The PROS plan identifies inclusive recreation as essential for the future of our park system, and our engineering standards require inclusive design elements for any playground considerations. This project is not a standalone idea. It's a planned investment identified through community planning, supported by adopted policy, and designed to serve the needs of a growing region. The Horns Corner Inclusive Playground is designed around a simple question. How do we create a playground where children of all abilities can meaningfully participate together? The answer is an intentional inclusive design approach. This project also takes advantage of the unique character of Horns Corner Park. The design works with the existing landscape by incorporating the mature oak trees, wetlands, natural features, and existing trail connections into the project. Rather than separating recreation from nature, this playground creates opportunities for children and families to explore, learn, and connect with the outdoors. This playground has been designed using PlayCore's 7 principles of inclusive playground design. The images shown in these slides are not examples or inspiration images. They represent the actual elements being proposed for this project. Each component has been intentionally selected to fully meet these principles and create a playground where children of all abilities can participate together. So the first principle is be fair. The design includes accessible routes, unitary surfacing, and connected play experiences that allow children to use mobility devices or other adaptive equipment to access the same play opportunities as their peers. The second is be included. Communication panels, dramatic play elements, and gathering areas encourage interaction between children with different abilities, creating opportunities for shared experiences rather than separate play. The third principle is be smart. The playground incorporates thoughtful circulation patterns, multiple entry points, and varied activities that allow children to engage with the space in different ways based on their interests and abilities. The fourth is be independent. Ramps, transfer opportunities, and accessible play features allow children to make choices, experience challenge, and participate more independently. The fifth principle is be safe. The design considers both children and caregivers by incorporating spaces that support supervision, comfort, and confidence while children explore. The sixth principle is be active. Physical play elements encourage movement, balance, coordination, and cooperative play opportunities for children with different abilities and skill levels. The seventh principle is be comfortable. The design includes sensory considerations, quieter engagement opportunities, and shade features to support children with different comfort needs and allow more families to fully participate. Together, these 7 principles demonstrate that Horns Corner is more than an accessible playground. It's an intentionally designed, inclusive playground where every child has the opportunity to participate. This project goes beyond the playground itself. Our proposal is a complete playground experience, including accessible surfacing and circulation, pedestrian connections, dedicated parking, and overall site improvements. Future phases include a permanent accessible restroom facility at Horns Corner Park. Until that improvement is constructed, the city will provide a clean, well-maintained, ADA accessible temporary restroom located at the future restroom site. The master plan of Horns Corner Inclusive Playground directly responds to the community need identified earlier in this presentation. Located within the hub of North Clark County, the project connects residents from Ridgefield and surrounding communities to existing and future trails, neighborhoods, services, and recreation amenities. The design works with the unique character of the site by preserving natural features, including mature trees and wetlands, while creating an inclusive recreation destination for families of all abilities. The centerpiece of this project is a playground intentionally designed around inclusive play principles. Through our partnership with PlayCorps, the Horns Corner Inclusive Playground has been certified as a national demonstration site for inclusive playground design, recognizing that the design meets nationally recognized best practices that support access, participation, and meaningful play for children of all abilities. Inclusive design begins before the family reaches the playground. The project includes dedicated parking, pedestrian connections, and accessible routes that support users with mobility devices, adaptive equipment, strollers, or other access needs. These improvements address existing site limitations and create the infrastructure needed for a fully functional community park destination. The proposed playground is the first major active recreation improvement within the broader Horns Corner Park master plan. Future phases will build upon the foundation with additional amenities, including a permanent accessible restroom facility and other community recreation features as part of a coordinated long-term vision for the park. The total cost of the project is $1.075 million. The city is requesting $500,000 through WWRP and contributing local funding alongside a $200,000 PlayCorps grant contribution. The partnership approach allows state and local dollars to stretch further while delivering a high-quality community investment. Community input has been central to this project. The city engaged residents, city council, parks board, community organizations, and families to understand priorities and ensure the design reflects the needs of future users. The engagement helped shape a project focused on accessibility, connection, and meaningful play experiences. This project's been strengthened by meaningful partnerships at both the local and national level. Through our community-based collaborations and letters of support, organizations throughout Ridgefield and North Clark County have helped demonstrate the broad community value of this project. Peace Northwest has provided important perspectives to ensure the design reflects the experience and needs of individuals with disabilities and their families. The Port of Ridgefield, Pacific Soccer Club, and Ridgefield School District have provided letters of support recognizing the importance of creating inclusive recreation opportunities that serve families throughout our community. These partnerships demonstrate that the project is not just a city investment, it's a community-supported effort. That said, the project represents something much larger than a local playground investment. Through our partnership with PlayCorps, WRPA, Great Western Recreation, and Game Time, Horns Corner had the opportunity to become a national recognized model for inclusive playground design. The National Demonstration Site designation means this playground is not just built using inclusive design principles. It becomes a place where those principles can be studied, evaluated, and shared with communities across the country. Through PlayCorps Center for Outreach, Research, and Education, or CORE, Horns Corner will serve as a learning and research site that helps advance the future of inclusive design, playground design. This is a unique opportunity for Ridgefield. Our community will gain access to a world-class inclusive playground, while the broader parks and recreation field will gain valuable knowledge that can improve future playgrounds nationwide. The partnership also provides a $200,000 contribution toward construction, allowing state and local investments to go farther and helping the city deliver a high-quality project for our residents. Sustainability is reflected throughout the project. Environmentally, the design works with the existing character of Horns Corner by preserving natural features and incorporating responsible site improvements. Socially, the project creates a space where children and families of all abilities can connect, participate, and build community. Economically, the project represents a long-term investment in a growing community by creating a high-quality recreation asset that will serve residents for generations. The city is committed to responsible stewardship of public funds. The project leverages WWRP funding with local investment, private partnership, grant support, and community resources. Through these partnerships and thoughtful planning, Ridgefield is maximizing every dollar invested while creating a significant long-term community benefit. The Horns Corner Inclusive Playground represents an opportunity to create a truly transformational recreation asset. It responds to a clear community need, aligns with adopted plans, incorporates nationally recognized inclusive design principles, and leverages partnerships that extend the impact beyond Ridgefield. So I thank you for your consideration and the opportunity to present this project.
Great, thank you, Kristen. All right, question, Ann, go ahead.
Can you go back to slide 28, the public participation? You went over that really fast.
Sorry.
Need a little more
yes,
time.
I'm happy to go back to that. Yes.
So.
Yeah, we had public engagement meetings. We collected community input. We wanted to make sure that we really understood what the community wanted, and the top request was for an accessible playground.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Other questions? Kristen, I see in your application there's donated materials. I didn't see that. Did you mention that here as well? I didn't see it listed. Great Western Play Corps donating.
They're donating the $200,000 toward the playground equipment itself.
Wow, okay.
A Play Corps is.
Yeah, nice. Right, other questions or information folks need? Right, seeing none. I think we're good to go. Thank you, Kristen. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, have a good afternoon.
You too.
All righty, we have arrived at a break ahead of schedule. I have emailed our next presenter, Pasco, to see if they can come at 3 o'clock. Let's take a break till 3. And I'll give them a call as well, and then also reach out to the next 2 folks to see if they can hop on early, and we can get out of here a little early. All right, see you at 3 o'clock.
right of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Hey, Brent, thanks for joining a little early.
No problem. Thank you for having me and notifying me.
Yeah, for sure. I'll get your PowerPoint up here. I could advance the slides for you or give you control, whatever you prefer.
Well, how has it been working for other people? I was on a different presentation earlier and it was very slow when I was controlling it. So we just passed it back to them because it was so slow in advancing when I was doing it. So
I can go ahead and do it for you then. So that's easy. Just say next when you're ready and I'll advance it.
All right, sounds good. Anything else?
No, looks like we're all back and ready to go. So yeah, it's all you.
All right, perfect. Well, hello, my name is Brent Kabalik. I'm the Recreation Services Manager for the City of Pasco, Washington. I'm presenting today, of course, on the Irwin Park development. So you can go next. Pasco is located in Southeast Washington and is part of the greater Tri-Cities metropolitan area. It is the only city of the three that is on the north side of the Columbia River. The Irwin property is centrally located in Pasco along the Columbia River, as indicated by the star on the map there. Next. The property is located along Sylvester Street at the corner of Road 54. This is right where the new Sylvester Street multi-use path and the Riverside multi-use paths come together. Next. Currently, the site is mostly undeveloped and was purchased in part through 2 previous RCO grants. It is adjacent to a boat launch and Wade Park. Wade Park's a riverfront linear park to the east of the property. There's a new roadside multi-use path, as mentioned, along the south side of Sylvester Street that ends at the property. There's an existing boat and car parking lot, some existing trees on the lot, a highly disturbed area toward the northeast of the property, and then at the south and west is the natural shrub steppe foliage area. There's a narrow riverfront trail that continues west from the property that runs atop a 40-foot high levee there. Currently, trail users have to use Road 54 to connect from the Sylvester Street Trail to the Riverfront Trail with no sidewalk along the road. Opportunities here on the site include enhanced river access, creation of a key trailhead park, and improved bike experience for all those. Next. Pasco Pro's plan lists a number of local priorities resulting from stakeholder interviews, pop-up engagements, and over 1,600 online questionnaire responses received. The Irwin property park will help meet a number of those needs. First, riverfront access and parks. The Pro's plan says, quote, "The Columbia River is a defining feature of Pasco, and future park and recreation opportunities should focus on the city's heritage and relationship with the river and shoreline." Though Pasco has approximately 11 miles of riverfront within its city limits, And the Sacagawea Heritage Trail runs along a good portion of those 11 miles. There is only one true riverfront park, and that is Chiawana Park, located there on the map, as you see, in the west. The development of the Irwin property into a park with shelter and amenities will give the citizens of Pasco a second option, especially with its direct access to the linear park, Wade Park, to the east. Next slide. Second priority that was identified was active amenities. Community engagement findings include repeated requests for active amenities, including pump tracks, skate parks, BMX tracks, etc. Pasco currently does not have any such amenities anywhere in our park system. We hope to change that by including a pump track as part of the urban property park development. Next. Third, the PROS plan sets a goal to improve community walkability and bikeability. In part, it specifically says to develop attractive trail entries and trailheads at connecting parks. The urban property location gives Pasco the opportunity to develop an attractive trail entry with active amenities and to connect the new Sylvester Street multi-use trail to the riverfront trail. Next. When arriving at the site from along the Sylvester Street Trail, instead of being welcomed by a parking lot surrounded by gravel and a sign pointing to Wade Park, there will be a park with a shelter, a pump track, bike service station, drinking fountain, and more. Next. The site is approximately 7 acres total in size, with an existing parking lot with both truck and trailer and car parking stalls. The site has some existing trees and is generally divided into 2 sections, as stated before, with the northeast being highly disturbed and a highly disturbed area with a lot of imported gravel, and then the south and west less disturbed with natural sagebrush shrub steppe vegetation. Next. The design addresses community needs communicated through the PROS master plan process. It provides Pasco another riverfront park for gathering and play. It provides Pasco its first active amenity with the pump track for youth and adult use. The park is accessible by foot, bike, and vehicle. It provides better trail connectivity by adding an internal park trail and giving an off-road connection between the Sylvester Street and riverfront trails. Next. This is an AI rendering based off the concept plans. The green outlined area is phase 1 and what will be included with this grant. The red is a future phase 2. Phase 1 refurbishes the existing parking lot and its accessible stalls. It adds the pump track, picnic and portable toilet shelters, multi-use path, drinking fountain, and a bike service station. All these features will be accessible. The meandering multi-use trail along the south and west will highlight the natural shrub steppe landscape and will help to reduce water usage needs for the park by leaving that natural. Next. We worked together with a pre-project planning team consisting of myself, the Recreation Services Manager, City Engineer, and City Project Manager to identify all cost centers and drew pricing from equivalent actuals on other recent projects. The budget includes additional site design and permitting. It is anticipated that upon grant award, the first 8 to 12 months would be the design and bid phase, with construction taking place over the next 6 to 12 months with anticipated completion by June of 2029. Next. Community priorities, as mentioned, were identified through the PROS plan outreach process. Due to Pasco's demographics, and especially the above average Hispanic population, over approximately 60% of population, all outreach methods were in Spanish and English. Outreach included in-person events focused on Hispanic population attendance with dot matrix feedback boards, online surveys in Spanish and English, which resulted in over 1,600 responses. And we also had stakeholder meetings. Next. Due to the community priorities identified through the process, this project timeline was moved forward in our CIP, our capital improvement plan, and helped shape the proposed features included in the concept design. Next. No specific project partnerships are in place at this time, although Visit Tri-Cities is in support of the project as it enhances the area's riverfront and provides gathering space and possible space for support of area events. Next. The plans for the park strategically place the development where the ground has been disturbed and preserves the majority of the area where natural vegetation exists. This will also minimize the water usage requirements for the park as a whole. The project encourages multimodal access by creating a better connection between the Sylvester Street and riverfront trails and giving access to a major Tri-Cities wide trail network, the Sacagawea Heritage Trail Network. The park will enhance current trail user experience by providing a bike service station, drinking fountains, shelters, pump track experience, and extend the life of the existing parking lot with seal coat and restriping. Next. The project is ready to move forward as the property is already owned by the city. As mentioned before, purchased through past RCO grants. Then it was purchased by the Franklin County and through the grants, and then transferred to the city of Pasco about a number of years ago. The matching funds are secured through the city's park development funds, and the project meets community priorities and needs as established in the city's PROS plan. Next. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Brent. All right, questions from the committee. David, go ahead.
Yeah, Brent, there's another park, and I think it's upriver, not downriver.
Okay.
Is there a trail that connects to that, or is there a plan for a trail, the Sylvester Trail, to connect up to that?
Yeah, no, so go back a little bit further. Right there. Okay, so yeah, Chiawana Park to the west. There is a trail that runs between them. Like I said, there's that trail that heads west from the Irwin property. Sorry about that. That was the 12-minute timer on my side. There is a trail that connects them. Like I said, mentioned, there's the trail that runs atop the levee from Irwin property, and that high levee, and then goes all the way to Chiawana Park. The high levee section goes from the Irwin property to about Road 72. That's actually another project we're trying to move forward, is to be able to lower that levee about 10 feet. It's about 40 feet high, that levee. All the other levees in the area have been lowered. So that would lower it 10 feet and allow us to do a wider trail, but the trail does exist currently.
I have a second question. The parking lot looks like majority of the spaces are for boat trailer parking. Is that correct? And for phase one?
Yeah, all along the bottom is car parking. and ADA parking, and then the upper part is boat parking currently.
Okay.
So there was a better one that kind of marked off that right there. It's kind of so all the ones along the curb at the bottom are car parking, and then it's boat parking above that. So, and then yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mary.
Hi, have you accounted for the impact of the is it the Tri-City boat races on the Columbia? Does it come all the way down to this park, or
So
does it stay more?
Wade Park to the east, just of this property that I mentioned, that linear park, that is the active. That's where everybody on the Pasco side of the river goes there. And this site currently, yes, is used. That's mainly why a lot of that northeast section is gravel, because it's used in park, additional overflow parking during the boat races. They actually do bring them into Wade Park and have some parking within Wade Park during that event. And then
Okay.
So
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's why, future wise, we want to be able to turn, as you can see, do a lot more parking here. It'd probably be more parking than is needed just if you're looking at this park by itself, but it's also in support of, thinking about that.
Yeah, well, I was thinking more along the lines of seating or shaded cover, for the people who are there watching.
Right. From this property at Current, with the 40-foot high levee that is between it and the river, your viewing from this property of the races would be almost nil.
Okay.
So unless we can do the other project that lowers that levee 10 feet, then you might be able to have some better viewing experience from this property of the races.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Brent, is this the trail on top of the levee right down here?
Yep, that is.
And that runs all the way up to that other park that you mentioned?
Not all the way. Like I said, it runs about half the distance between.
Okay.
And it starts here and runs about half the distance to Chihuahua Park. At that point, it drops down, and it's kind of like what Wade Park is. It's kind of more of that natural flow up from the river.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Any final questions from the committee? All right. Looks like we're good to go. Thanks again, Brent. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
All right. See you.
Have a good day.
All right. Next up is Prosser. Looks like Kathia is here.
Yes, sir.
All right. Welcome. Hope I pronounced your name okay.
Yes, you did.
All right. Good. I'll get this launched. Can you see that okay?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. And I'd be happy to advance the slides or pass you control, whatever your preference is.
I'll just say next slide and you can help me.
Okay. That sounds great. Not a problem.
Thank you.
All right. I think everyone ready to go? Next one. Looks like it. Great. Okay. Whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Kathia Martinez and I'm the Recreation Manager for the City of Prosser. Today I'm here to present our request for funding for the Crawford Park Trail and Restroom Development Project. Next slide, please. Prosser is located in southeastern Washington in central western Benton County. Because of its location near downtown and along the river, Crawford Park is already an important recreation destination for our community. Next slide, please. The project is located within the city limits of Prosser. Crawford Park is bordered by the Yakima River to the north and west, city streets to the east, and the park parking lot to the south. It is also within about 12 minutes walk of Prosser Historic Downtown. The park currently has an open grass field and halfway walking path around the perimeter, landscape areas and trees, as well as an outdated existing restroom. The city has owned this park since acquiring the property between the 1923 and 1966. Next slide, please. The biggest need this project addresses is the lack of accessibility, adult recreation, and outdoor fitness opportunities in our park system. In our 2023 community survey, 82% of residents said that their needs for outdoor exercise equipment were either not met or barely met. And 52% said the same about multi-use paths. Currently, none of our city parks offer outdoor fitness equipment, and we do not have an accessible waterfront trail. Crawford Park has an existing approximately quarter-mile trail, but is worn, cracked, narrow, and only partially paved, and does not complete a full loop. It is also not ADA accessible. The nearest park are only about a quarter mile and 6/10 of a mile away, but neither provide trails, and the high school track is approximately 1 mile away with limited availability. The existing restroom is also in poor condition, with leaking plumbing and accessibility issues. So we have an existing park that people already are using, but the current infrastructure limits how comfortable and safely they can use it. Our goal is to build on what is already here by extending and widening the existing trail into a complete loop, adding outdoor fitness equipment, replacing an existing restroom, and improving ADA access from the parking lot. This will create a more accessible recreation opportunity for people of all ages, especially seniors, people with mobility challenges, adults looking for outdoor exercise, and parents or caregivers who are already at the park during youth sports practices and activities. This project directly addresses those gaps. Next slide, please. The project will reconstruct the existing trail to meet ADA standards and extend it into an approximately 0.3-mile loop. The trail will be widened for approximately 8 feet to 12 feet, allowing two-way traffic and making it more comfortable for people using wheelchair, stroller, and other mobility devices. The work will include new hot mix asphalt, ADA curb ramp, and an accessible connection from the parking lot to the trail. We will also install 8 heavy gauge steel fitness stations that can accommodate up to 18 users at a time. 2 of those stations will be ADA accessible. The existing restroom will be replaced with a new approximately 320 square foot unisex ADA accessible restroom, including 2 accessible stalls and mechanical room. Security improvements such as lighting and time locks will also be incorporated. Together, the trail, fitness stations, and restroom all support one common goal: creating safer, more accessible opportunities for outdoor recreation and exercise. This project also served as a foundation phase of the larger crowd park renewal effort identified in the City 2050 Capital Improvement Plan and our 2025 PROS Plan. Next slide, please. The design makes the most of a park that is already developed and already used by the community. Instead of creating a new site, we are improving the existing trail and park infrastructure and creating a complete perimeter loop. Accessibility is a major part of the design. The trail will be 12 feet wide with a 2% cross slope and a 1 to 3% running slope to support people using wheelchairs, stroller, and other assistive devices. We will also provide an ADA connection from the parking lot, an accessible restroom, and 2 accessible fitness stations. Because the park is located near the Yakima River, the project will also be designed with environmental protection in mind. The city will limit disturbance near the river, use erosion control measures, and take steps to prevent construction-related toxins from entering the river. While a portion of that site may be subject to flooding or flood-related impacts, the city will use durable flooding tolerance material and appropriately anchored features where needed. The result is a design that improves accessibility while respecting the existing park and river environment. Next slide, please. The total project cost is $632,000. The city is requesting a $442,000 from RCO and providing $190,000 local match. The city developed the budget using quotes from fitness equipment vendors and cost estimate from Public Works team based on past project experiences. The budget also considers current construction, pricing, existing asset condition, field inventory, and soft costs. The restroom represents a significant portion of the cost because it involves demolition and new construction, plumbing, utilities, accessibility requirements, permitting, and related soft costs. The city anticipates completing this phase within approximately 12 to 18 months of the grant award, with design and permitting occurring first, followed by construction. Once completed, all of the improved amenities will be open and available for public recreation. Next slide, please. The project came directly from the city's Pros Plan community engagement process. The city conducted public engagement in both English and Spanish through survey, pop-up workshop, community events, community center, project website, interactive maps, and social media. We also directly engage service providers who work with public health, seniors, and youth. This approach allows us to hear from residents of different ages and with different recreation needs. The feedback consistently pointed towards the need for more accessible outdoor recreation and exercise opportunities and improvement to existing park facilities. Next slide, please. The community feedback was very specific and directly influenced this project. Adults and seniors told us they need safe, low-impact opportunities for recreation and exercise. Residents also identified the existing Crawford Park Trail as a problem because it's narrow, cracked, uneven, and difficult for people using wheelchair and stroller. Parents told us they would like to be able to exercise while their children are participating in sports practice activity rather than having to travel more than a mile to the high school track. And residents also identified the condition and safety of the existing restroom as a barrier to comfortable, longer visits to the park. This feedback directly informed the scope and design of the project and helped the Parks Committee prioritize its funding. Next slide, please. We have opportunities for community partners to help activate the improved park with in-kind labor. Some of those letters of support are attached on our application. The Senior Center could organize groups walk and visits to the park. Thrive could continue organized events such as its 5K run, which already uses park. And our local school, including track and cross-country teams, could use the new trail and fitness equipment for conditioning. Lastly, our local hospital supports the project because of the public health benefit of providing accessible, low-impact opportunities for outdoor physical activities. The city works regularly with these partners, and their effort can help ensure that the improvements create opportunities for community to actively use our program space. Next slide, please. This project is a strong long-term investment because we are improving an existing public park rather than creating a new site. From an ecological standpoint, the work stays within already developed park footprint, and erosion and sediment control measures will help protect the Yakima River. From social standpoint, the improved trail creates safer opportunities for walking, wheeling, fitness, family recreation, and social connections. And from an economic standpoint, replacing deteriorating infrastructure with durable trail and restaurants improvement extends the life of a public asset and can reduce long-term maintenance and reactive repairs costs. Most importantly, the city already owns, operates, and maintains Crawford Park, so we are investing in a facility that community already uses and that the city is committed to maintaining. Next slide, please. There are several ways this project makes efficient use of public funding. First, the city is providing a $190,000 local match, demonstrating a significant local commitment to this project. Second, the city already owns the property, so there are no acquisition costs or land control delays. Third, the trail, restroom, site preparation, and fitness equipment will be coordinated as one project phase, allowing the city to maximize construction efficiency. And finally, non-governmental partners will contribute through activities and events that activate the park, while Friends of Prosser Park will provide volunteer labor for cleanup. So the RCO investment is leveraging local dollars and existing public assets, community partnership, and volunteer support. Next slide, please. This project takes an existing park that our community already uses and makes it significantly more accessible, functional, and useful. It responds directly to community input using an existing waterfront park where this improvement can immediately serve all of those needs. We have city-owned property, a committed local match, a developed project scope, community support, and partners ready to help activate improvements. Thank you for your time and consideration, the City of Prosser request, and I am happy now to answer any questions you may all have.
Great, thank you, Katia. All right, questions from the committee. And go ahead.
Can you talk a little bit about what's the neighborhood like around the park? You had a map in an early slide, but I couldn't, it didn't really show what the neighborhood looked like. So is it mostly homes, or it looked like it's maybe close to downtown?
Yes, it is. It is a 12-minute from downtown, and there's lots of homes in the area. It is located on a good neighborhood. What is adjacent to the park is a electrical company just right next to the park, but right behind the park, right next to the other side of the park, there's a lot of homes, a good neighborhood. We always see lots of kids with, with bikes and things like that going around the area, and so it's really, really a good, great community in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Other questions that folks have? I am not seeing any other hands. Last call for this project. All right. Sounds like we're good to go. You answered all the criteria. Thank you again, Katia.
Thank you guys for your time.
All righty. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
All right. Moving over to Othello. Hello, Sarah. Welcome.
There we go. Unmuted.
Now we can hear you. Okay, let me open this for you. There we go. Can you see that okay?
I can.
Good. And I can pass you controls or advance the slides, whatever you'd like.
I'll take the controls. Just give me just a second to make sure they're working.
Yeah. Go ahead and click on the screen and test that out.
Let's see.
There it goes.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Montemayor. I'm the grant writer for the City of Othello. Thank you for the opportunity to present our request for a WWRP Local Parks Grant for the Tigueras Park Community Playground. This project will develop a new accessible neighborhood playground at a city-owned park that currently has no playground, restoring an important recreation amenity for local children and families. This project is located in Othello within Adams County and the Columbia Basin region of southeastern Washington. Next slide. Tigueras Park is an existing community park owned by the city, but located a mile outside the city in the county. This project will add a playground to a site that already functions as an active gathering place for families. Sorry, my slides keep going two at a time. Give me just a second. The need for this project begins with a very simple fact. Tigueras Park currently has no playground. The former playground equipment was removed because of safety concerns, and the former play area is now being used as storage for soccer goals, so children who come to the park no longer have a safe, accessible, dedicated place to play. Existing amenities in the service area do not satisfy this need. Families must travel about 1.87 miles to Lions Park or about 2.13 miles to Kiwanis Park to reach playground equipment, and the schools with playgrounds are located just a little further away. So there is no comparable play opportunities close to this neighborhood. Existing amenities in the service, The issue is not only distance, but also safe access. The route along West Cunningham Road lacks sidewalks and requires crossing an irrigation canal and railroad tracks, creating a real barrier for children walking or biking and for families without reliable transportation. This park serves a meaningful and growing population. Othello has about 9,210 residents, and approximately 2,400 people live in the unincorporated area surrounding Tigueras Park, including many low-income and subsidized housing households that rely on nearby public spaces for recreation. Demand for this project is also increasing. A new subsidized housing development next to the park is expected to add more than 240 residents, which means the need for accessible, close-to-home recreation will continue to grow. In Adams County, recreation access is provided through local jurisdictions and few park districts. There is no centralized countywide parks and recreation system. Therefore, this makes the City of Othello's investment in its neighborhood park amenities especially important for families living near Tigueras Park. Compared to Washington overall, Othello has lower household incomes and higher youth poverty, with an even greater need in neighborhoods around Tigueras Park. In this neighborhood, about 41% of nearby residents are under 18 and roughly 46% of the youth live in poverty. These conditions make access to safe, free, local recreation a clear community priority. Tigueras Park is already heavily used, especially for organized sports, with soccer being the primary usage. Families gather here regularly for practices and games, which make it an important community gathering space. However, children who are not participating in these activities, especially younger siblings, have no place to play. This project ensures that children, not just those in organized sports, have a safe and engaging place to be. It fills a documented gap at a park that already serves as a community hub. This need is also documented in local planning. The city's comprehensive plan, in its park element, identifies the importance of improving access to recreation, distributing amenities with more equity, and expanding inclusive recreation opportunities, all of which directly supports this project. The need for this project is also documented in local planning. Resident community feedback from an online survey earlier this spring also confirms this need. In the survey results, comments from residents identified playground improvements as a top priority and specifically asked for accessibility and inclusive features, which reinforces that this project reflects both documented planning priorities and direct community input. Some comments about parking were made as well, and a new larger parking area is already part of a city-funded project to be completed by spring of 2027. Moving to project scope, the city proposes to develop a new inclusive playground at Tigueras Park with accessible surfacing, support amenities, and seating. The goal is to create a safe, welcoming, and usable play environment for children and families in a neighborhood that lacks this recreation opportunity. This project is directly shaped by what the community asked for. Based off the spring 2026 community survey, the playground will include swings, a large play structure, seating, and ADA compliant surfacing, and routes so that children of all abilities can play safely alongside one another. This project is directly shaped by what the community asked for. In the community survey, they asked for an area of the playground, and this playground will include swings, large play structure, seating, ADA compliant surfacing, and routes so that children of all abilities can play. The site plan shows the specific improvements proposed at a former playground location. This project includes inclusive play features, a range of swing types, rubber surfacing, and accessible circulation, all located within an established park setting that already includes parking, a picnic shelter, and other support amenities. The new playground fits well within the larger park system. It is close to restrooms, shelters, parking areas, pathways, and soccer fields, and it benefits from more than 100 trees planted in 2025 that will provide long-term shade canopy, making the site functional and family-friendly. The design supports inclusive play and shared community use. It is intended to serve children of different ages and abilities and to encourage social interaction, sensory play, and shared experiences, while it is especially important in a neighborhood park setting. This is a very strong design fit location because it is city-owned, ready to build, and already supported by key infrastructure. The project reuses the formal playground area, does not require tree removal, builds on recent park investments, and will deliver the neighborhood's only playground in a site families already know and use. The total estimated cost is $556,000, and the city is requesting $500,000 in WWRP funding. The city and its sponsor will provide the required local match. The estimate was prepared by the city's in-house engineering team, which has direct recent experience delivering similar playground projects, including Lions Park in 2024 and current work at Kiwanis Park. The city anticipates the project will be completed within 2 years of the grant award. Design, permitting, and cultural resources review will occur in year 1, followed by construction in year 2. The playground will be open for public use upon completion in approximately fall of 2028. The city used social media for community outreach as it has been the most effective in past efforts of obtaining community responses. In April of 2026, in the community survey the city conducted, it received over 190 responses in just 1 week, indicating strong support for playground improvements. This outreach was reinforced by additional public input that was gathered during a current comprehensive plan update. Community input from this survey directly influenced the project design. Residents clearly identified large play structures, swings, inclusive and accessible play features, seating, shade, and safety surfacing as priorities, and those requests are reflected in this proposed project. In addition to letters of support, this project has received a donation from its local health clinic, Columbia Basin Health Association. This support shows that businesses, organizations, and residents see this playground as a meaningful investment in the neighborhood and are willing to contribute to its success. This project is located on an already disturbed site, so it avoids impacts to ecological function and does not require tree removal. Existing tree plantings will provide long-term shade. Because the proposed playground is within walking and biking distance of nearby neighborhood, it supports safe, inclusive, close-to-home recreation without the need to drive. This project also supports long-term economic stability through durable, low-maintenance materials, including recycled components. These choices help extend the life of the facility, reduce future maintenance demands, and support responsible long-term stewardship of public resources. This project makes strong use of existing public investment and delivers cost efficiencies. It is located within an existing park, uses established infrastructure, requires no land acquisition, and allows funding to be focused on high-value recreation improvements. This project already has 500 donations on hand, demonstrating local investment. In addition, the city has certified playground inspection staff, which supports efficient in-house maintenance and lower long-term operating costs. Tigueras Park currently has no playground, despite serving an underserved neighborhood with a clear and growing need for close-to-home recreation. This project restores a critical missing amenity, reflects strong community support, uses accessible and ready to build site, and is designed to serve local children and families for the long term. We respectfully ask for your support on this project. Thank you for our consideration.
Great, thank you, Sarah. All right, any questions from the committee on this one or anything you want to take another look at? David, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. The new housing developments and existing housing developments, looks like most of them are going to have to cross Cunningham or some other street there. I was curious about how they get a safe crossing.
So there is housing. If you look on this slide on the top right, and that new housing development is right about where the project design fit. As far as Taylor Road, there is a few accesses, but Taylor Road is not as busy as Cunningham. So usually anybody going through Taylor is living in that neighborhood. Let me see if I can find a different picture which shows.
Yeah, that slide right there,
Mm-hmm.
the playground area, where is that in relationship to this picture?
So the playground area in relationship to the picture, you can see where it says Rocky Point. If you keep heading
It's on the other end.
past Tigueras, it's on the other side. So they actually, that is kind of a dead end road that goes on there on Seeloft, comes into a housing development, and it's just a parking lot there. So coming from that, it's just straight across. It's parking lot, and more subsidized housing is off to the left and a few houses back in there. So it's kind of almost directly across the park from there.
Okay, thanks. Corey, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation, Sarah. I noticed that the neighborhood right next to the park is actually not incorporated into the city. I see that the city boundaries are just the park itself, and then it's actually on the other side of the river. Are there plans for that neighborhood to be incorporated into the city at some point?
I think at some point there will be. That is the intent. It's part of a future annexation. Currently, it's not at that point.
Okay. Yeah, just my concern is that the people who would be using that park wouldn't be part of helping contribute to support it and that kind of stuff. So
yeah, there is no county park district that supports any parks, locally. It's the city that maintains them.
Okay. Thank you.
You did mention the city actually owns the parcel though, even though it's.
I think it was in a slide. I know my slides were jumping just a little bit. I think it was slide 3 that I had. It says that the city, it's owned by the city, but located in the county.
The county, yeah, okay. And you're essentially the provider because there's no county parks department.
Correct.
Yeah. All right, other questions folks have or clarifications you need? All right, seeing none, I think we're good to go.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Have a good night. Yeah, that brings us to the end of our day. Committee members want to hang out for just a minute, we can wrap up, but thank you very much. I think we heard 16 projects today, so thanks to all our applicants, thanks to our advisory committee members. It's the end of day 3 WWRP Local Parks category grant evaluations.